I decided to try flaming hot Doritos today, and my throat hurts a lot. I regret to inform you all that my little fucking butterfly knife thingy here, it's not flicking properly. I don't know if you have to like...
Thank you for continuing your membership.
Fox, thank you so kindly for continuing. For tier 2, it's 17 months, currently on a 9-month streak, you fucking legend. Thank you so kindly. Welcome back, loyal friend. How are you doing? This motherfucker is sticky. Like it's not... Won't flick properly. Anyway, how's it going, folks? Welcome back to the Rogue Room. I am your host, Abigail Beck. And tonight we are going to be talking about, yes, that hole down there, that discussion. Also, on the subject of leather daddies, I will happily be your she-her leather daddy. I found my leather jacket. I wasn't actually intending that to be part of the bit, but yes, that motherfucker is sticky. It is. It's fucking annoying. Leather mummy. Yeah, I suppose. That works. There we go. I need to fix this camera mount. Dude, I swear to fucking God, like so much of my camera kit. First, like, did I show you? See, look, this is not screwed in properly. I will fix it, I promise. But like, did I show you? Okay, hang on. A little while back, I was taking selfies with a tripod. Hello, Talon. Taking phone selfies with a tripod. Juniper. Thank you for subscribing. Tier 1. How you going? For 3 months. Oh my God. No, please no. Don't start with this shit. Alright. Good morning, Wayward. How's it going? Was taking selfies with my little phone tripod. It snapped. The fucker snapped. Ultra Speed, welcome to the Rogue Room. How you doing? This motherfucker has snapped. I have to glue it back together. I gotta get super glue or something. Fix that shit. And now, the little mount that my webcam sits on, there's a little metal screw in it that screws into other tripods similar to this one. And the screw bit that goes on, look, you can see it on this, look. You can see that bit there. That unscrews. That screws off that. And is supposed to, this nut here, right? We'll get into the actual thing in a minute. We'll get into the actual topic in a minute, I promise. This nut here is on this camera as well, underneath it, and it's come loose. Anyway, I'm getting distracted. All of my camera gear is falling apart, and I hate it. Someone buy me a new tripod, anyway. Oh, somebody buy me a new tripod, someone buy me a new camera. Let's get into it. How's it going, folks? Alright, let's talk about stuff. Enjoy the triggering thoughts and memories then. Had a dream Smudge broke your camera, knowing that little prick he probably would. Honestly. How are you folks going? How was your day been? I hope it's been well. Mine was okay. Mine was pretty good. I got absolutely none of my essay done. But hey. We're less than 3-4 minutes into the stream, realistically speaking. And we're already 2/5 of the way. We're already 40% of the way to our daily sub goal. So that's fucking poggers. Thank you so kindly, folks, for all your support. Have I seen Elliot Page's Instagram? Oh my God, have I? I didn't see it on Instagram, but we'll get to the pride discussion in a minute. We're not going to start just yet. Good Lord. Sir, I'm going to have to ask you to calm down. Save some abs for the rest of us.
Supporting the Rogue Room's business endeavors.
Hey, thank you, whoever you are, who pledged $3, which is the base tier of Patreon. It's $3 USD. Good Lord, Elliot. Chill, mate. Fucking relax. I'm gonna need to ask you to put a shirt on. You can't be going around looking like that on the internet. Good Lord. But yeah, that's something. And of course, the sad thing is though, you know, on I didn't see it on Elliot Page's Instagram. Maybe I should go follow them on Instagram. But the sad thing is, on Twitter, where I first saw this was Popcrave, of course. They've turned off comments. I wonder why they might have turned off comments. I truly do wonder. It's a mystery that I will never solve. I'm not going to click on the quote tweets. Spare myself the insanity that I am most likely to see. How's your day been, folks? Tell me all about what'd you get up to. Tell me all about it. I ripped my old leather jacket from the wardrobe. Oh, it has an inside pocket. See, this is the thing. This is what is so sexist about the fashion industry. This is a men's jacket. It's got a pocket here. It's got 2 corner pockets. I think that's it, actually. That's about it. How are you meant to do your job without the pathetic emote? Isn't that a bit emote? Is that a bit emote? I think it is. Let me see. Yeah, you need to cheer 1,000 bits. But if you do that, it's unlocked permanently, if I'm not mistaken. You get that one permanently. So that's something. Ordering Macca's. Oh, you getting me some? Why can I barely hear this music? Can you folks hear the music at all? I can barely hear it. What are you getting from Macca's? Made a cake for your partner as it's his birthday tomorrow, but you didn't have enough oil for the recipe, so you subbed in melted butter. It should go okay. I think it'll go okay. More than likely, you know. Butter, oil, they're very, very similar. I've often seen people using oil instead of butter to, like, do other things. So if the inverse works, your way should work. Oatmeal, a chicken muffin, hash browns, and a mocha iced coffee. Oh my goodness! On the subject of coffee, I need to put together a graph of how much caffeine I've been consuming, because I didn't realize that a cappuccino typically has about 160-ish milligrams of caffeine in it. I've been drinking cappuccinos like crazy, thinking they've got maybe like 80 milligrams. I've been way exceeding the recommended caffeine intake. I'm gonna die at a young age. I'm guessing like 36. Ahoy, Jordan, how are you going? How's it going? We're gonna get into this kink at Pride discussion in a moment, don't worry. We're opening at the moment. We're starting the show. No, I changed my name. I got sick of being Rogue BX because it meant nothing to me. And I thought, given that I want to be known as the personality of Abigail Beck, let's formalize this. Let's turn this into a thing. This jacket is way too hot. Jesus, mate. Given the whole, not really a talk show, but I guess news presenter kind of format, whatever this nonsense is, I figure it'd be better to be known by a name as opposed to being known by a cryptic, unusual username that has no sense at all. At least Rogue Bitch meant something. Branding is important, it is. And I would like my branding to be consistent, and now I'm Abigail Beck here, YouTube, Twitter, wherever I choose to be. Patreon, where else am I on the internet? Instagram. The only problem is, like, a bunch of social medias, the @ Abigail Beck's already taken, so I'm the Abigail Beck on other places. As long as you outlive your dad, you'll be fine. He was about 38, oh my gosh. If you hit your 39th birthday, you can cark it with a laugh. That is morbid. That is morbid, but I mean, death is morbid by its very definition, is it not? Normally feel awkward highlighting messages, but it's too good to not. As of June 7th, you won't be homeless. Oh my god, sorry, I missed that. Congratulations, Madam Scoville. That's amazing. That's awesome. Congratulations. Can we get some of these? Can we get some cheers for Madam Scoville? Can we get some applause? Alright, I can't do this anymore. I'm sorry. As much as I like the leather jacket, I'm going to have to ditch it for the time being. You know what? That's where it can go. Started a chant. Oh no, I forgot about chants. Why not? Very good. Very good. Oh, there we go. You can barely see my sword now. Hang on. We don't want to show too much of my sword on stream. Might be inappropriate for TOS. But anyways. Oh, I can do it again. How often can you do it? It came up in both. I've got chat up on 2 windows at the moment. I've got my dashboard up so I can keep track of things. And I've also got chat up over here in a separate window. Oh, gosh. Anywho. Alright, so. We were going to discuss this thing. We already looked at Elliot Page. We don't need to look at Elliot Page again. Okay, maybe we do just a little bit. Maybe just like one more glance. Can I just point out how... This is going to sound bad. It's not. But before Elliot went by the name Elliot, there was a very distinctly nihilistic vibe about them. You know? And then, of course, they're out, they're proud, they are who they feel they should be for the first time in their life. Look at that fucking smile. Look at that happiness. Look at that joy. Right? A lot of you have said that about me. Have said that I actually smile more and I've got energy and life. You know, after transitioning. It's fantastic. That happiness. That euphoria. It's amazing. It's good to see it. And the fucking abs, of course. Somebody pointed out that maybe they were fake. What are our thoughts? I mean, I could see them being real abs. But Elliot Page is also very, very rich and could afford fake abs if he wanted. But I see no reason to believe those are plastic implants. What are you... I'm not going to, like, speculate on specifically. I've seen fake abs before. They don't look like that. I don't know who brought it up, but somebody said that. Anyway, yeah, we were going to talk about kink at Pride because there's been a lot of discussion on the Twitter. Why does this... Is that like... No, that's not right. Hang on. There we go. I've changed this from a mobile link to a proper link. They look fake, to be honest. I've got some abs. Very rich enough to have a personal trainer and probably a dietitian as well. Like diet... an important thing is abs are made in the kitchen. So, you know, that's the main thing to focus on. So if the diet is right and the fitness routine is right, abs can be, I just bit my lip. Abs can become a person's core focus. That's a little fitness joke. Anyway, alright, so there's been a discourse, there's been one of those going around on Twitter over the past few days about the upcoming Pride celebrations, I'm assuming particularly towards the US, where, I don't know if there's much going on in Australia during Pride Month. I'm looking at local events and things of that nature. But the discussion has been largely US-focused personalities. So I'm assuming they're talking about specifically US celebrations of Pride. And there's been a discussion about should kink be present at Pride. And there's been a number of takes, a number of people... going all in on this discussion, a lot of people having certain ideas towards it that I guess maybe don't align with their typical viewpoints, their typically progressive viewpoints. And we're going to take a look at like one major thing that's I think Vorsh is one of the people involved in this discussion at the moment who's got some pretty spicy takes on it and has been definitely stirring the pot. Which country invented Pride? I believe a lot of people associate the modern Pride movement with Stonewall, which... When did that happen? Stonewall riots happened in the UK. Yeah, in response, it's like this is... I believe a lot of the modern Pride movement is associated with the Stonewall riots. Were a series of spontaneous demonstrations by members of the queer community in response to a police raid that began in the early morning hours of June 28, 1969 at the Stonewall Inn in the Greenwich Village neighborhood of Manhattan, New York City. Okay, so no, not the UK. I'm misreading because I saw Greenwich, and I immediately assumed the UK for some reason. Patrons of Stonewall, other village lesbian and gay bars, and neighborhood street people fought back when the police became violent. The riots are widely considered to constitute one of the most important events leading to the gay liberation movement and the 20th century fight for LGBT rights in the United States. So it's primarily a US movement. I don't know how I got UK from that. I don't know. Just check TOS and it seems to be okay. Shopping in latex during lockdown. We'll come back to that. Anyway. 1969. June 28, your birthday. There you go. Your opinion on it is if there's no actual sex acts going on in front of minors / non-consented adults, wear what you want. If a child asks what it is, they're dressing like that. Yeah, they like dressing like that. Basically, that's it. And a lot of the opinions I've seen of certain people involved in the discussion is essentially that. However, a lot of them are conflating wearing certain kinky attire, certain things like, as we see in this, we're going to go through this article. Stuff like this, and like just leather vests and harnesses, collars, and all of that kind of stuff. Short shorts.
And I see you've
Carpe!
brought guests.
Hello, friend.
Welcome,
how are you going?
Friends.
How's it going, mate? How's content? Schoolaroo the Frog, welcome to the Rogue Room. How you going? Welcome in, Raiders. Oh, I can't. My leather jacket on my sword is in the... I can't do... There we go. Give me a sec to put my raid colors on. We'll put our raid colors on. Give me a second here. I should have prepared this in advance so I'm not like stumbling around. There we go. How's it going, folks? How's your stream been? Carpe, what were you getting in? What were you talking about tonight? Tell us all about it. Were you on the same topic that I'm on now? If you can't see genitals or buttholes, it's not inappropriate clothing. Well, yeah, I agree. Hello, Mr. Braindead. Hello, Choking on Ashes. How's it going, folks? Wondering what my skincare routine is? Makeup. I have like an exfoliating face wash, and that's about all I really use. And I really need to work on actually improving that, because I'm getting some blemishes and some other stuff going on with my face lately. So my face doesn't look the best without foundation on. Anyway. Hello, Mr. Sir. How's it going? Hey, Surfer Girl. Some parts of the LGBTQIA+ community are demanding that, not for themselves, but for others, because as long as it's clothing and you're not like wearing a dildo suit or something, clothing is a personal choice. Genitals and buttholes make the world smellier and oddly better. Like, I think there's certainly, this is the major issue with this discussion, right? Is that there are so many people who are expressing certain viewpoints around Pride, around kink at Pride. And a lot of people are just immediately jumping to the conclusion that by saying kink should be at Pride, people are saying that they should be acting out sex acts. You know, there are some people who are saying, yes, we support kink at Pride, and other people on the other end of the discussion are immediately jumping to the conclusion that people are going to be as close to naked as possible, spanking each other and performing lewd sex acts on the floats and all this kind of nonsense. And, you know, it's that kind of wild, multiple extremes of the discussion, I think. Don't think that picture, chaps, etc. is kink. Took your kids to Pride when they were younger. I went to like Mardi Gras as a kid, and I saw a bunch of floats, and they had you know, there was a topless lesbians float. That was probably like the most extreme thing I saw there. Migs Maddie B, welcome to the Rogue Room. All right, let's turn these off before I give myself a headache. Let's get back to regular colors. Are you gonna behave now, or am I gonna be? There we go. Perfect. Does being a furry count as kink? That's been a thing that comes up when there are threads about this kind of thing. There was a certain photo that gets around, I think, where was it? Riley Grace Rochon. And we'll get into these photos, right? The stuff like this, like pet play, this is probably mildly... This is on Twitter. Maybe I shouldn't be showing this one. I don't know. This is the tricky part. Because there's these dudes in harnesses wearing pet play masks. And to describe it to you, you've probably seen the image. He's wearing a collar. He's wearing a bit of a chest harness. A harness that goes over his legs. And just like basically briefs. DM it to you on Discord? Okay. What are you listed as on Discord? How about I just put it in the assorted media section of Discord? And you can judge for yourselves if you're in there already. I'll post this picture in there, and it's a picture of these people in pet play gear, effectively. And there's a child there, near them, interacting with them. And obviously, in the image, nothing sexual is happening. The kid's just like, you know, has a smile on her face, and thinks the mask is cute, or whatever. You know, the kid's like maybe 5 or 6. And... excuse me. I just like coughed up saliva. Great, awesome. Kink is a huge part of Pride, though. Oh yeah, and we're gonna look at this article here that might give us a bit more history about it. But I've always known that, you know, the sexuality part of Pride, which includes kink, has always been a part of it. And now it seems like there are a lot of people who are taking this hardline stance of there should be a daytime Pride, which is very sanitized and doesn't include any of that kink stuff, and then nighttime Pride after the parade events and all that kind of stuff, where people are engaging in these kind of, you know, extreme adult acts and all that kind of thing behind closed doors. And ultimately the puritanism of the let's have a daytime Pride that's family friendly thing, the way that some people are talking about it, very much what's the phrase I'm looking for, very much tries to assert perhaps that sexuality shouldn't be a part of Pride when it has been in the first place. Because obviously not everybody who is queer is necessarily a kinky individual. But the kink has always been there. It's always been a part of it. Kink itself isn't a sexuality necessarily, yet true. Doesn't make sense to you. Obviously there are boundaries, but learning about kinks and understanding why people are into them should be a huge part of sexual maturity. Yeah, exactly. Who's advocating for this? For taking kink away or for keeping kink at Pride? Yeah, kink is an expression of sexuality. It's not necessarily the sexuality itself. Pet play slash puppy play. I can't read. Puppy play is very much a lifestyle for almost all of its adherents, of which we're one. It's a 24/7 thing. We're a pet at the supermarket. We're a pet at Pride. We're a pet at the doctor's. I'm assuming Matt Gaetz is not invited. I would hope so. It's why it's a part of sexual maturity. It's important to understand them. And yeah, like if you take the stance that they should take away, like one very important point, and I am going to bring this up as a trans person, one very important point that I have seen raised by a few trans people around this discussion of kink shouldn't be at Pride, right? Is the idea that there are still many people, some of those within the queer community, who still see people being transgender as a kink. So thinking about what that implies, what that could lead to, means that potentially trans people could be excluded depending on who's running these events and how they are being operated. You know, only been to Pride stuff in 2019 in Bakersfield, Kevin McCarthy's district. You've seen a kid holding a kink Pride flag. You've seen kids on temporary pole dance set up at the park, and the sky hasn't fallen. Yeah, exactly. And like I said, I was a kid. I went to Mardi Gras, which back then was called the Gay and Lesbian Mardi Gras. Effectively a Pride event. Effectively Pride parade, floats, all of that kind of stuff. I saw people dressed probably more lewd than this. And, hello, Echo. How you doing? And I'm not horrifically warped by it or something. I'm not traumatized by having seen that kind of stuff. Again, there were a bunch of topless lesbians on one of the floats. I was not traumatized by it. And this is the thing. Some people are, again, inferring that if they allow kink at Pride, and they're being very vague about it, and this is the problem with having these discussions on Twitter where there's very little in the way of nuance. A lot of people just jump to conclusions and wrap things up in 280 characters or less. If you just say, I don't want kink at Pride because reason XYZ, you don't have the time to explain the finer details. This is not one of those discussions where you can just really state, there shouldn't be X at Y. There shouldn't be kink at Pride because this. I think there is a discussion to be had. Like, obviously, nobody is suggesting that that Pride events should feature full-blown sex acts on a float in front of a mass of people lined up along the sides of the streets. Nobody's saying that. I don't imagine. I haven't seen anyone suggesting that kind of thing. Of course, they're being vague about it. They got a bigotry power level to hide. True. And yeah, the issue is when you start advocating that there should be no kink at Pride, which seems like it's a very critical thing, a very crucial component of the entire thing. Some people, of course, do not agree with the concepts of kink. some people who are in the LGBTQIA plus community will look at things like kink representation and say it makes the whole community look bad. And that's, of course, a personal bias, I think, a personal opinion that is rooted in whatever they were taught as kids, or, you know, what kind of attitudes they developed as they grew older. I feel like public sex is overly stigmatized, but I'll save that battle for another day. Well, yeah. It's ethics, isn't it? Don't see a big deal that certain clothing and expressions can be kept for a later time of the events, because allowing a more child-friendly part of the event would go a long way to removing stigmas. Just know that we agree as a society and don't think certain things are extreme like others are saying. Well, that's the thing, is if they start saying that there should be certain clothing and certain expressions that should be kept away, like I don't think they should be bringing out full-blown dildo suits and things of that nature and representations of ejaculation or whatever. I think there are certainly limitations, but there are some people who are effectively arguing for very conservative attire on everyone. Maybe wear a rainbow pride suit, 3-piece suit, instead of leather vests and harnesses kind of thing. It reaches to levels of puritanism that is not going to benefit anybody, you know, and is certainly not going to enlighten. Yeah, like if you want to do a family-friendly event, I think sexuality education, and gender education, these kinds of things can help open those kids' eyes to the fact that in the future, one day, you're going to encounter these things and they're not strange. You know, they're not unusual. And having that stance of, oh, we should cover all this up and save even something as simple as a leather harness, which is not affecting anyone. Like this dude here is wearing effectively a bikini top. Same with this dude. Like some people are advocating that, you know, take away these people wearing harnesses and what have you. You know, cover everything up, be as, you know, conservative as you possibly can. And the people arguing against this kind of stuff are conflating it with effectively live sex acts. What are neckties if not bondage? I mean, true. There is that whole... For fuck's sake. My drink bottle is leaking again. There is that whole discussion around what the necktie represents. Good lord. So let's have a look at this. Let's actually read this article. So this was published 2 years ago. So, oh, stop auto-playing videos, you fucking cunt. Anyway. Yeah, I don't think this is like something that kids shouldn't see, for example. Anyway, earlier this month, again, this is back in 2019, just weeks before the 50th anniversary of the Stonewall riots, a Twitter user shared a since-deleted viral tweet directed at Pride goers. It contained a number of statements about the nature of Pride, with one particular remark sparking a string of intra-community discourse. Please don't bring your kinks/fetishes to Pride. There are minors at Pride and this can sexualize the event. See? So this is not a new discourse. This has been going on. This has been happening. Debate quickly followed within the queer community, calling into question the place of public displays of kink and BDSM at queer events. Some agreed with the original tweet, asserting that wearing fetish gear or publicly expressing one's sexuality would violate the consent of those present, as it could make people feel uncomfortable or triggered. Others challenged those sentiments. Kinks, sex, and protest are all inherent parts of Pride, wrote Nicolette Mason on Twitter. One of the core tenets of Pride is liberation and working against cultural shaming, which is like, this is the major part here. Wrote a user under the handle AddieBoy. Calling to make Pride kid-friendly implies that celebrating sexuality and kink openly is bad. Normalizing these things is a goal of Pride. Not the goal, but a goal. Pride, but also shame parade? True. You have to align with the conservative Christian gender role values or it's not acceptable. Precisely. What queers want to be able to wear whatever clothing represents them in their lifestyle at Pride. What those against it claim. So you want kids to see people at Pride kinkily fucking each other in the street, pretty much. That's the arguments being made. And it's a lot of... what was the link that you posted earlier? Someone posted a meme earlier. Oh, I've lost it. It's gone now. Phage, you posted a meme earlier, which was rather amusing and relevant to this particular discussion. Something about how, right-wing reactionaries and leftist creators and all of that. We're all, teaming up on this discussion against kink. Wherever you stand on the issue, the fact remains that BDSM, subversive sexuality, and leather culture have enjoyed a long history within the LGBTQ plus rights movement, and such public displays of sexuality are driven by much more than libido or countercultural impulses. Excuse me. Carolyn, there you go. I'm not wearing any lipstick, by the way. I just noticed. They've banned cops from New York Pride. Fucking good. There we go. This is the one. 19-year-old Pie Crew avatar baby queers, right-wingers, some guy in a leather collar and booty shorts, and online leftist reactionaries. A lot of, this discussion has made me really reconsider what Shoe-On Head's stance on things tends to be. I haven't watched much of her content recently. I don't know how many of her opinions have shifted, but she has a tendency to hang around trumpets, and some of her viewpoints tend to be fairly reactionary in some ways. It's interesting, because I thought she was a pretty far leftist creator, and now I'm not so certain. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. We can explore Shoe-On Head another time. Countercultural impulses, they're an inherent expression of queer culture and sexuality, and as such deserve a place at Pride as much as anything. She's a sheepdog. Oh, explain the sheepdog thing to me again. I've forgotten exactly what it means. I know what you're referencing, and I've forgotten the exact definition. For activists and members of the leather community, the notion that kink should be discluded from Pride... Discluded? Okay. From Pride is a symptom of larger issues. Writer, anarchist, and self-identified transsexual Leatherdyke, I love that. June Amelia Rose tells them she believes the tweet reflects a modern but regressive Pride discourse, promoting the idea that sex is inherently damaging to see, experience, or think about in a public context. Yeah. So this leads to toxic ideas around sexuality if you start to dissuade people from expressing sexuality in any context. And furthermore, the representation of kink at Pride, the representation of sexuality, and an event that is effectively celebrating sexuality, is that advertising uses sexuality on a routine basis all the time. I have seen some ads in recent times especially where I'm like, this is borderline softcore porn. Far more softcore porn than the shit you see on Twitch in the hot tubs category they've just added. Okay, I'm talking stuff that's really just out there. But because it's hetero, it's okay. Literally a 4chan troll who only cares about what's funny. Someone who moves leftist to the right. Oh, great. Shoe-On Head has a foot and mouth moment like every 4 takes. Can we stay on topic? Yes. Used to be an anti-SJW skeptic. She's never been a lefty. See, I've watched some of her content. I've thought, I can agree with what she's saying here. But then, the more I see of her on Twitter especially, the more I'm like, I think I've misinterpreted you quite a bit. Anyways, however, this is being leveled at queers and perverts who have a history of being medically pathologized and criminalized, she says. Simply being kinky or sexual in public is not a violation of consent. I didn't consent to see the rainbow cops. The meaning of the American celebration, now known as Pride, has changed since its advent in 1969. Even before the Stonewall riots, the LGBTQ plus rights movement was about more than joining and appeasing the straight world. It was also about proudly resisting them. What came to a head in the 60s and 70s was a split between the homophile movement, which sought to assimilate the LGBTQ plus community within cis heteronormative culture, and a radical resistance on the part of many drag queens, dykes, trans people, sex workers, and gay men. Yes, 1969. I mean, that cannot be a coincidence. The way that panned out cannot be a coincidence. That is the universe telling us something. Mostly associate Shu with populism. As long as someone starts talking about the people versus establishment, she'll be on board. Okay. Member of the SF Leather contingent is silhouetted against a large flag while participating in the annual LGBTQI Pride Parade on June 25th, 2017. Just like looking at that. Is there something wrong with a kid seeing that? At worst, I think if a kid saw that, they might think it's a bit scary looking. That's the worst that could happen. Right? What are our thoughts about this particular outfit? Someone who's wearing this kind of garb. What do you think? A big issue with the discourse, though, is people conflating kink with sex when kink is a lot more nuanced than just getting your jollies. Oh, yeah, exactly. Which is the point. It's the same thing. Again, sorry to drag my own transness into this. But it's the same thing as when reactionaries conflate sex and gender. We know that sex and gender are two separate concepts. Sex and gender are far more deep and intricate than just biological sex, male-female binary, and biological gender, male-female binary. They're not synonyms. Sex and gender are not synonyms, and people conflate the same thing when it comes to sexual intercourse and kink. For some people, gay rights and gay liberation do not hinge on particulars of sexual desire. For years, I've heard that we aren't just our erotic identities. I'm going to say that as desires, but that's there. Queer sex activist and author Amber Hollybow wrote in her 1997 book, My Dangerous Desires. But for many of us, it does begin there, does revolve around the ways we organize our erotic choices. Before LGBTQ+ people had pride parades, our community spaces were not just bars, but cruising spots like bathhouses, dungeons, and public restrooms. Conservative Pride March sounds so lame. It really does. Like, what would a conservative pride parade look like, honestly? You take the kink out of it, what's it going to look like? Our community spaces were not just bars, but yeah, I read that bit. It should be no surprise that many queer folks find their sex lives and sense of community to be intertwined. Queerness can be about lust, love, or both, but by that same token, kink, leather, and BDSM aren't exclusively about sex. To a large extent, they're about community building. While mainstream depictions of BDSM might lead one to imagine it's nothing but a way for straight couples to reignite sexual passions with spanking and some handcuffs, queer kink lifestyles in the leather community often go beyond sexual intimacy. They are built upon traditions of service, informed, risk-aware consent, and chosen family. At the advent of the AIDS crisis, leathermen and leather dykes were some of the first to take up the responsibility of caring for ailing LGBTQ+ people, throwing parties and BDSM events to help to raise funds for medical bills, acting as their nurses, and often being among the only people willing to provide human touch and affection to those the world at large treated as lepers. Excuse me. In recent years, the leather community has been recognized by the city of San Francisco for their place at the forefront of AIDS support and safe sex advocacy, as well as their unique cultural history. You've made me consider something, Scoville. I remember reading about this thing. Oh god. It's real. Okay, give me a bigger image than that. Surely you've got a bigger... Yeah, here we go. Was that a thumbnail? Yeah. Yeah, like, you want to see a conservative pride parade? Straight pride. When did this happen? Yeah, Boston Straight Pride Parade, August of 2019. Can we skim through this video a bit? Look at this. There's like one person wearing color and they're dressed as a clown. Trump, like, this is a straight pride parade. This is what a straight pride parade is. What the fuck? There's arrests made? It's great to be like... Look at how boring this looks. Look at how dull and dross this looks. Look at all these boring normal people. They're dressed as Pepe. Yeah, I noticed that. Unshockingly. So that must be from... Yeah, that's a gay pride parade. Which looks far more interesting than this shit. Imagine hosting a sexuality-based pride parade and having Trump signs up. Like, what does that have to do with anything? What's the relevance there, specifically? Anyway, let's continue. It's how boring it is. There's a very big difference between people who want to spice things up and people who are literally part of a culture that has been here for decades, says Sunny Hitching. The mother of Pride herself, Brenda Howard, was a proud member of the LGBTQ+ kink scene and notably wore a button reading, "Bye, Polly Switch, I'm not greedy, I know what I want." In the 70s and 80s, lesbian SM groups like Lesbian Sex Mafia, that's fucking incredible, and Samoa, whose founders included leather scholars and writers like Gail Rubin and Patrick Califia, were among the earliest proponents of inclusive and sex-positive feminism. These groups gave queer women a sense of community and sexual empowerment they had been denied from the world at large. To exclude queer leather culture from Pride, therefore, would be to ignore the contributions of communities that were integral in uplifting some of the most marginalized subsets, why can I not read, of the LGBTQ+ community. Naturally, straight pride parades are about Trump. It's the invasion of the super straights. Oh god, nobody say super straight again, or we might, if we say super straight 3 times in the mirror in the middle of the night, they'll come into your stream and report you. Yeah, I want to join the lesbian sex mafia. Those opposed to public representations of queer fetish culture treat it as a taboo and an inherent sexual risk to youth, but this oversimplifies BDSM and underestimates the intellectual capacity of young LGBTQ+ people. My understanding of BDSM is actually very far from sexual, because everything that I saw as a kid wasn't sexualized to me. This is important. Again, I've seen all of that kind of stuff when I went to Mardi Gras as like an 8-year-old, and that stuff wasn't sexual to me. Seeing, again, for some reason, the lesbians with their boobs out is the only float that sticks out particularly in my mind. There were definitely leather daddies and people wearing harnesses and collars and all that sort of stuff. It's like, all of that stuff wasn't sexual to me. It just simply wasn't. And maybe that's because I was raised in a pretty liberal upbringing. You know, liberal in, like, liberated. Let's say liberated upbringing. You know, pretty feminist household. Super straight fighter. Oh, fucking hell. The bot doesn't like it when anyone says super straight. You're fine. Just know that the bot's going to kick your ass if you say super straight. He won't ban... Oh, they. Sorry. Botwick is they, them. Well, no, they won't ban you. They'll just time you out for a second. Yeah, everything I saw as a kid wasn't sexualized to me. Did I read that bit? Oh, no. Says Sonny Hitching, a 19-year-old second generation queer who has attended San Francisco Pride and grew up with kink, poly, queer parents. Sonny's mother openly practiced both lifestyle and professional BDSM for most of their childhood. Oh, Hitchling. No, Hitching? That's confusing. They've misspelled it here. While Hitching considers himself to have had multiple parents, so they say their most influential parents are their mum and their chosen stepdad, Moo, a queer trans man who was formerly their mother's 24/7 lifestyle submissive. Sonny feels their upbringing gave them a more comprehensive sexual education than most of their peers, as their parents would openly discuss subjects of sexuality, gender, and kink with them. When Sonny expressed interest in engaging in bondage and breath play, erotic asphyxiation, with their longtime partner, their mother took the time to explain how to do it most safely. And then there's the bit where breasts shouldn't be sexualized anyway. Exactly. There's nothing inherently sexual about breasts or the human body in general. Sex is sexual. Having sex is a sexual thing. But there are far too many people who make things overtly sexual just based on the virtue of archaic, conservative, puritanical notions, typically relating to their upbringing. You know, Mormons and shit. Mormons with their magic fucking underwear. Alana Pierce put up a YouTube video discussing the recent thing that's been happening with the hot tubs category with Amaranth and all of that sort of thing. And she talked about, you know, in her video, she talked about boobs are great. Why are we sexualizing boobs? Big boobs, small boobs? You know, that kind of thing. Like, she mentioned something I would like to experiment with. I'd like to find a friend who is large-breasted. And what Alana specifically mentioned was if there was a large-breasted woman and a small-breasted woman streaming in the exact same outfit, let's just say a stringy tank top, the bigger-breasted woman is going to get harassed like crazy over it. You know? I'd like to conduct that experiment and see what happens, but I also don't want to put friends of mine that are larger-breasted than I am through harassment, so, you know. You were in Berlin when Pride was happening, but you were a kid and your parents kept you from it. It would have helped. Mormons. I know Mormons. We could talk about Mormons one day. They're an interesting breed. Did I see... Hello, Sabercat. How are you? Did I see the Marjorie Green COVID masks? Hot take. No, I didn't. I'll have a look soon. They probably would have sawbacks. Anyways. Where were we? Yeah, there was a very big difference between people who want to spice things up. We already read that bit. It's traditions that are passed down in relationships that are built on trust and love and care. And if someone tries to tell me otherwise, I'm literally an example of that. June Rose says her interest in fetish helped her navigate much of her identity. In many ways, it's my life. Kink is a huge facet of how I interact with the world, from what it has taught me about sex, love, and philosophy, to the friends and lovers it's brought me, she says. Kink intersects with and informs my transsexuality and my womanhood and my lesbianism. It's sacrilegious to admit now, but the first time I saw myself reflected before mainstream trans exposure was in BDSM porn. June also expressed frustration excuse me, with the double standard that exists when it comes to straight and queer public displays of affection. I would rather people interrogate why some public expressions of sexuality are seen as okay by the police and the state, and others are seen as too dangerous to be within 50 feet of, June says. Today I ate lunch in the park next to a heterosexual couple who made out for an hour. Went and saw a movie with my sister and her not-quite boyfriend recently, and they were in the next couple of seats down from me and my friend. Tongues down each other's throats. And that's, totally fine, generally speaking. No one thought of the children, no cops tried to stop it, no one went to jail, and Twitter didn't need to discourse about it. To me, that is far more offensive than a dominatrix wearing latex or a leather pup playing fetch with his daddy. At the end of the day, when we bring our kinks and fetishes to Pride, it's not to harm or trigger or offend, and it isn't about forcing anyone's desires upon another. It's about consenting adults elating in one of the many ways people experience their queerness and individual identities, and forging a connection to the history of radical sexual liberation that Pride was founded upon. So there we go. There's a bit of further context for the ideas behind kink, and why kink, BDSM, and leather should be included at Pride. So, do we have any further thoughts? There's more to this. There's an article from... What is it? There's an article from... I haven't been playing ads. Okay, I'm going to hit an ad break really quickly. Sorry to harass you all with that, but we do need to keep away, whatever they're called. Keep away mid-rolls, Hello, Pit Princess. How you doing? I owe you... Welcome to the program. How you doing? We are just 6 followers shy of 4,000 on this bloody platform. That's pretty poggin-based, not gonna lie. Leather is great because it helps you hide. It works better if... Oh, I suppose, yeah, just hide on its own. I was gonna say it works better in the context of an RPG, but yeah. It's a good joke. I'll give you that one. Nice to see you. How you doing? Happy 24/7 lifestyle. Wear a collar everywhere we go. Sometimes we've even gone out wearing our hood and harness. It's not a sex thing. It's a little kinky, but for us it's a core part of our identity. And to have to hide that, especially during Pride. Yeah, I know, exactly. So it stands to reason that a lot of people are misinterpreting what kink is. Welcome to the Rogue Room, Perth. How are you, by the way? But yeah, like, it's kind of ridiculous that this discourse is happening again. I actually do want to go through Vorsh's Twitter thread and see what he's actually said, because like I said, he's one of the people who's discussing this whole thing, and his stance is pretty largely split between have a family-friendly day event and have an adults-only night event. So I don't entirely agree with exactly what he's saying here. Like, let's have a look at what he said about it. And who else has commented on it? I know Merrick has made a few jokes and like hasn't explicitly stated anything. What was Riley Grace Rochon's take on it? I'm just gonna look at other people's takes on this. Not that I necessarily agree with them, for the record. I don't agree with like a lot of what I'm seeing from these people. Let me have a look here really quickly. Lily Simpson. I agree with Lily Simpson on this. Actually, they've just uploaded a video on it. There's a thought. We could look at Lily Simpson's video on it.
Hello, guys, gals.
Okay, stop talking. I didn't say you could interrupt my stream yet. Vorsh making crappy takes. Okay, let's have a look at this. Let's have a look at this thing first. Let's have a look at Vorsh's dogshit take on this whole situation. Kink at Pride makes people uncomfortable and makes the event less accessible when accessibility should be a priority. I don't disagree with this part. Accessibility should be a priority. But the problem is, if your perception around what is comfortable and what is uncomfortable in society isn't being challenged, what's the point? If you're just feeding into what society already deems acceptable, then this isn't going to work, Keep less family-friendly stuff to the many after-parties and adjacent private venues every Pride has. The fact that this is controversial is insane to him, because he's misinterpreting it, and as far as I know, this is a dude who is involved in kink in some ways. Pride to be a cool, queer-friendly block party you can attend to meet with organizers and get cute shirts. That is, like... I thought he was anti-cap. I thought he was anti-cap. Dude, this is like such a capitalist take. Everyone should be able to attend. They are able to attend. Should be safe and uncontroversial. No, it should be controversial. It should ruffle feathers. It should, like, the ruffling of the feathers, quite frankly, this discussion in the first place is raising awareness of pride in, like, the fact that we're even discussing it right now is a good thing. That's the one good thing about this bad take of his. Dismissing accessibility as sanitization is a really underhanded and disgusting strategy. Well, I mean, you're effectively, you know, dismissing kink, which is a huge part of pride in the first place, and the whole sanitization thing comes back to what I was saying before about how a lot of people see being trans as being a kink. If you want something more spicy, there are a billion places for that. That's just a non-argument, honestly. That can be easily dismissed. If you want something more spicy, there are a billion places. It's not, again, the idea of conflating sex with kink, like particularly, is, you know, suggesting again that people are going to be making, performing lewd sexual acts during the parades, which is not what's happening. Asking for one widely accessible event, and there may be a city that does one widely accessible event. People claiming pride always has to be some big antagonistic, inaccessible riot are actively fighting against the normalization of queer people by fetishizing the aesthetic of their oppression. You guys are tools of the establishment. That's definitely some words. Don't say you don't want pride to evolve unless you're also willing to keep the public's acceptance of pride from evolving. I did change my name, Homonyms. Welcome back. How you going? Disagree that everyone should be able to attend something. You don't say those things at events where straight adults are prioritized either. Yeah, exactly. Like, this pride itself is supposed to, ruffle feathers. It's supposed to stir the pot. It's supposed to rustle jimmies. In this thread, Vorsh massively missing the point, and again, Katie here, lots of cis people think trans people just existing is kink. Who is doing the classifying? This is such a stupid argument. They're taking away trans people's healthcare and introducing literal segregation, and you're all complaining about what people wear. Stop wasting your energy and do something that matters. What bothers me about this is you're not just saying it makes sense to have PG parts of pride, which that sounds perfectly reasonable. It's saying as some kind of king of the gays, all pride parades should do this, and it should be the only priority of every attendee. Yes, rustling jimmies. Being LGBTQ is already something that ruffles feathers, so why stop now? I love Katie Montgomery. She's fantastic. Like I understand you want a block party, but I'm just saying, why should everyone exclusively be concerned with what you want? True. What's the response here? So, queer people don't need to change to deserve respect, acceptance, and equal rights. When did I say they did? Don't say you don't want pride to evolve unless you're also willing to keep the public's acceptance of pride from evolving. This is the problem. By saying that kind of thing there, and like the one before it, the normalization of queer people. The normalization according to a cisgender heterosexual normal, right? So the normalization of queer people is explicitly saying, yes, you want to sanitize queer people, effectively. You know, Vorsh loses a lot when chasing optics. He's not wrong from his perspective. That doesn't make him right on the whole. Exactly. Can somebody give me a short summary? Essentially, Vorsh is basically anti-kink at Pride, and so are a bunch of other bigger lefty creators, Riley Grace Rochon, again, against it, because they are assuming that kink is inherently sexual and sexualized, and thus it's going to be exposing kids. It's the think of the kids argument, basically. A lot of people are having this, won't somebody please think of the children thing. Anyways, let's see what Lily Simpson has to say about it. Because I like Lily's content. They're great. Let's give them a watch and discuss. It's not a very flattering freeze frame to start on. Let's watch their video, see what they have to take about. I'm going to put my headphones in so it's not echoing through my microphone because I want to actually hear this. But I'm sure, you know, honestly, a lot of the points that I've already made are probably going to come up in this video. Let's talk about kink at Pride. Let's fucking go.
Hello guys, gals and pals, and welcome to the hot take controversial side of YouTube.
Oh, I'm gonna get DMCA. How dare you? No, you're not allowed to do that.
Video, we're going to be talking about that oh-so-dreaded of topics, the discourse as it stands right now.
The discourse!
If you haven't seen it, what that is the discussion.
Yeah, I love the song, but you can't put it... You can't put it in a YouTube video when I'm reacting to it. I'll get DMCA'd, Lily. How dare you?
About kink at Pride. I.e., what should people be allowed to wear, especially when it's around cis people or kids. Before I get into all of that, I do just want to quickly say that I have seen some people referring to Pride as a queer-friendly event. Don't do that. It is not a queer-friendly event. It is a queer event. It was originally protest against the problems that LGBTQ people face in society, and it has now turned into kind of a mix of that, and also celebrating the progress that we have made so far.
I just noticed the fully automated luxury gay space communism poster in the background. That is fucking incredible. Everyone thinks of the kids. Can't we think of the real victims? Won't someone please think of the homophobes? You found Lily through your Twitter and you're so happy to be introduced to her. I think they go by they, them, generally. I generally refer to everybody by they, them. As a rule, like, in terms of, you know, the age-old... the thing I like to refer back to is, you know, a few years ago on the internet, generally speaking, everybody would refer to anyone they didn't know the pronouns of online as he. So if I don't know someone's pronouns specifically, they're they, because that's the gender-neutral pronoun, right? They, them are the gender-neutral pronouns. Until I am aware specifically. Oh, they might have said she, her, they, them. I'm not quite sure. But yeah, if I'm not certain, I'll default to they, them. Whereas a lot of people on the internet default to he, him, which is really fucking stupid and really sexist and whatever. But that's another discussion for not right now. Let's continue.
It is not an event friendly towards us. It is our event.
I may have got it wrong.
So, with that out of the way, let's get into the first one. The first one is that what is kink is very poorly described, or is very poorly understood by a lot of people. See, some people, like, for example, Shoe on Head here, the vague term of kink yet again, which a lot of people just seem to say kink and leave that as like a coverall term that just can be referred to anything. But she also mentions that she isn't comfortable with drag shows being around in front of children. I assume that also means that they are too sexual or too kinky as well, which I heavily disagree with. We've gone long strides, especially towards making it so that drag shows or drag is something that people are more and more realizing isn't automatically sexual. I can think, for example, of the great strides of drag queen story times in many libraries around the world, where drag queens will do this sort of performance of a children's story to a child audience, and that helps to break down the sort of barriers of what people perceive drag queens as. Which
somebody made a very good point that drag queens are effectively just another form of clown, basically. Not in a bad way. They're not a bad clown, but drag is performative. Drag's just a really eccentric performance. And I think that's a really good way to describe it. Like, what's wrong with exposing kids to these kinds of eccentric, over-the-top, really bright and colorful kinds of things? It's honestly, it seems like one of the most kid-friendly things I could think of, honestly.
If you don't know, was originally a very sexualized thing.
I see you brought
Lily Blue, hello,
welcome,
how you going?
Friends,
welcome to the Rogue Room. How is it going? What's going on, folks? Let me just... for a moment. Oh, I've just opened my camera. That's not what I wanted to do. Hello. How did your stream go? Tell us all about it. What were you getting up to? Where were we? It's not working again. Oh my god. There we go. I got it. I did it. I made my lights pretty and colorful for the raid. Hello, raiders. Welcome to the Rogue Room. How you going? Can we? There we go. We're streaming Mega Man 7. How'd you go? How'd you go with it? Very, very difficult. That sounds pog. That sounds awesome. I like difficult games. They punish me in ways that I think we all deserve. Macca's has arrived. Oh, you... How dare you? How dare you? I mean, thank you for sharing. I'll take Macca's. I do like me a bit of Macca's. We're both streaming Celeste. Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah. It's been ages since I played Celeste. I really should go back and do the final chapter. Was it the final chapter? My cat has just scratched my stomach. That's awesome. That's what I wanted. Punish me, Programmer Senpai. We're both a lot smaller back then. We were. Things have changed. Times have changed. I do love Celeste. That's the hardest platformer I've played in quite a while, actually. I really genuinely enjoyed that one. I may have to go back to it at some point. Maybe once we're done with Fallout New Vegas. Whenever we get around to finishing that, which will happen eventually. We're just talking about kink at Pride at the moment. And, cat, get off me. We're talking about that whole debate, and we're watching a video by Lily Simpson. Who's, I guess, knocking it out of the park, like they always do. Kink and Pride, a weird debate I am at. Well, let's listen to what, like I mentioned before, I already sort of discussed my viewpoints earlier. And we can go back over those. But, stop, there we go. I think generally... Oh, no, that didn't work. It didn't work. It's not working. There we go. I fixed it. Sorry, I'm fixing my lighting up. Let's continue watching this.
A perverse fetish thing that queer people did off to the side, away from good, decent, cis-het society. And...
Okay, so you don't see enough people comparing Pride to Mardi Gras. What is the major difference between Pride and Mardi Gras? Like, is there a major difference? I thought they were generally the same kind of concept. I thought, like, Pride and, like, what we used to call the gay and lesbian Mardi Gras back in, like, 2003 or whatever, or whenever it was, and it eventually evolved to just Mardi Gras in Australia. Oh, you mean, like, American Mardi Gras. Okay. SKS316, welcome to the Rogue Room. So, like, in Australia, Mardi Gras is a queer celebration. It's effectively a pride parade. You know, we have, you know, the Sydney Mardi Gras and all of these other sorts of things, which is a pride parade. They explicitly showcase queer identity, queer sexuality, all of that kind of thing. That's all I've ever known it as. I didn't realize that Mardi Gras in the US was, well, not necessarily straight, but I've seen people at Mardi Gras. And by the way, Cancerous Twitch streams, welcome to the Rogue Room. We're nearly at 4K followers on this website. It's kind of crazy.
We've taken great strides to move that back into the more, well, actually, it's a part of queer culture, and it's not something that is automatically sexual. Sure, sometimes it can be done in a sexual way.
Actually, hang on a sec. Let me turn the volume up just a tad here. Fucking hell, I hate this. It keeps closing it when I'm trying to turn the volume up. There we go.
But doesn't mean it's always sexual. If you just see a drag person walking around in drag, that's not sexual.
And Reckless Robin, welcome to the Rogue Room.
You might perceive it to be sexual because you have those inbuilt ideas of what that is, but that doesn't make it so. And that's why this whole kink argument kind of falls into, is that what we define as kink really varies from society to society and culture.
American Mardi Gras originates in a Catholic holiday, but now it's beads and tits. That sounds awesome. I want beads and tits.
To culture. If you went back
is there a mod in chat?
It was very, very wrong for women to walk around showing certain parts of their body because that was considered to be too sexual for the public to see.
Thank you,
the thing that we have over a long period of time helped to fight back against, to fight for women to be able to wear whatever clothes they want to wear. And while that has seen great strides, obviously there still is a situation where a lot of women will be called slutty or will be targeted for wearing specific clothes in public because we have come very far but not that far. And in the same way, a lot of this kink stuff, i.e. guys wearing leather or people wearing fishnet stockings, that's only really considered as overly sexual because the society we were part of for a long period of time, a Christian conservative dominant one, perceived anything like that to be outside of the norm and therefore wrong or bad. It's dress that...
So all these people who, by and large, from what I've been able to deduce, the people who are having all these hot and spicy, very puritanical takes on pride and kink and all of that kind of thing, you know, generally speaking, from what I've been able to glean, a lot of the attitudes from these people, I mean, a lot of the people who are making these kinds of commentaries, generally, I haven't associated them with any particular religion, or they've been outright outspoken atheists. And they're leaning very heavily into Catholic puritanical attitudes, which is really bizarre because that's what we've been told and instructed is acceptable in modern society because, you know, of that Christian, specifically Catholic social foundation. A lot of the kink stuff being talked about is honestly pretty bloody tame compared to a lot of cis sexuality that's so pervasive. Yeah, we were talking about advertising before and how many ads I've seen in recent times that are just so obscenely sexualized. And they're not even relating to anything sexy. It's not like lingerie commercials or condom ads or anything like that. I have seen certain ads that I swear were for like Coca-Cola, and here's a woman's glistening near naked body involved in the commercial for some reason. But that's fine, apparently.
Being sexual to some people is perverse because of who it is associated with. And another problem here is that a lot of times the sexual stuff that is okay for children to see, the stuff that people don't mind so much, is the stuff that normally falls into the dominant, normalized way of thinking. Stuff like sexualized advertisements that use sex sells to push their products.
There you go, Draco.
Women in scantily clad bikinis sitting around a Subway sandwich or whatever.
Would you like to put this entire Coke bottle up your fucking ass? And while you're here, why don't you check out my YouTube channel as well? Check out my latest YouTube video, Panic. You'd say if Vorsh and Riley were live streaming from events, they might have a point, but Vorsh especially is like a stay-at-home guy who doesn't go to events. Yeah, he was specifically talking about how if he was going to the events, he'd be going to those like after dark kind of really sexy events, and it's like he doesn't strike me as the kind of person who actually goes out. It's literally two different pairs of shoes. Someone dressing sexy and someone acting sexual. I love to dress sexy for myself, but it doesn't mean I automatically behave vulgar and throw myself on every person. Precisely. I've got quite a few outfits where I'm just like, this makes me look hot as fuck. Doesn't mean I'm down to fuck. I just want to look hot. Welcome to the Red Room, Brebner, by the way. It's so ironic, like I disagree with the interpretation of what you said, but I disagree with my interpretation of your kink. Precisely, yeah. And that, again, is like the whole trans thing again. It's like a lot of the transphobes out there who are specifically, what am I talking about? They're using their interpretation of what transness is to inform their opinion and inform the opinions of the people who follow them, people under their platforms and things like that.
All of that still generates controversy, normally from these sort of religious groups, but for the majority of people it's, oh, well, you know, that's a normal part.
I think yours was an accident, Broken.
That's obviously something that people are allowed to do. We're not going to complain about that. And in the same way...
You can't say it's the truth about me when I know I'm fucking hot, dude. I know I'm banging. Like, given that, you know, you're one person who's saying I'm ugly, and I've heard so many other people say how I'm literally a bisexual's wet dream, kindly go fuck yourself, mate. I know I'm hot. Eat a cock.
Queer people are trying to move
your
towards
own,
this thing,
preferably.
are trying to move towards this thing of how we dress isn't necessarily
given that you're the only one who fucking sucks it, most likely.
Automatically sexual. If we are engaging in sexual stuff when we're doing it, then yeah, sure, that would be sexual. But if just by itself, the clothing is not automatically a sex thing. Just because you associate it as such doesn't mean it's so. And we get these massive toys like this kind of thing, because there is another one as well, which is the covering of women's tops. Breasts. In our society, women having their breasts out is considered to be incredibly sexual, and a big thing because of the long-standing fetish that we have for that. However, if you go back to other cultures, normally ones before the whole Christian colonialism came and wiped them all out, you will find that women were totally okay to be topless. There wasn't a problem there for them to act like that, because there wasn't this long-time tradition of them not being allowed to do so. That's why I know there is also an effort right now to try to push for women to be allowed to be topless in public, something that I'm fully on board.
Yeah, I think, like, Broken, this is the problem with the kink at Pride thing, is a lot of people are conflating the idea of kink with the actual sex act and not, you know, the deeper concepts of what kink is. But yeah, like, absolutely, if you want to go to a hardcore sex party, wait till the After Dark events. Duh. I got the body of a model. Yes, exactly. The body of a model fucking bodybuilder chick. Amazonian with abs. Abigail with the abs. Anyways.
I personally think it's kind of ridiculous, because 10 years ago I would be okay to walk around in public without my shirt on, and now if I do it, it's not as okay. And that seems very weird to me, that just because I've taken hormones and, you know, done all that kind of stuff, then all of a sudden I am no longer able to wear or dress in a particular way. I don't particularly like that as a concept. It seems kind of wrong. So that's my first point. The first point being that what is kink? What is normal? What is certain kinds of dress or costume that aren't necessarily sexual varies from person to person and is very hard to pin down as exactly something. And quite often the normalization of it in public spaces allows for it to move away from that sexual association. Number two is that queer identities are generally considered to be more kink or fetish than straight ones. that is a general perception built up from long decades of how people perceive queer identities. The visual they have, filtered down through a society that was generally hostile to us, has left them with purely just this idea that we are this sexualized identity. You know, that's why a lot of times the arguments that fall back on attacking them are normally, think of the children, because our very existence is considered to be not okay. It is considered to be too perverse for the eyes of the innocent, pure youth. Something which we're doing, obviously, a lot of work to try to push back towards, that we're trying to say, hey, actually, that isn't an okay way of perceiving us, that isn't true, that we are more than just that. And in the same way that we dress and parts of our culture and our history are in that same way. Do they have sexual backgrounds, or do they have sexual connotations? Sure, probably. A lot of straight society also has many sexual connotations. Most things in straight society have a link to a sexual past or sexual history as well. Doesn't mean...
Actually, on that note, that reminds me of, certain people who, in every conversation possible...
I see you've brought
NCC,
guests.
no comment check.
Welcome,
hello, friendos.
friends.
How's it going? Welcome back to the Rogue Room. I'm going to move that jacket because it's annoying the hell out of me. Hold on a minute. Let me get rid of the leather jacket on the sword because I can't turn my lights on to party mode. There we go. How'd your stream go? Tell us all about it. We're talking about the Kink at Pride thing. We're watching Lily Simpson's video on the subject. Based Cat Girl Raid, thank you so kindly. How did your stream go? How'd your stream go? How did your stream go? Tell me all about it. Do you like NCC or not? Because I should respect however you prefer to be referred to, but I'm not certain. I'm an Australian, so we give people nicknames. It's probably not a good thing. Given that there was just a discussion from Sir Caitlin around respecting someone's name, actually. So that is important. Talking about the same thing, it's a very, very hotly contested topic, is it not? And Bali is getting Muslim washed as we speak. Yeah, like the whole thing that Lily mentioned a moment ago about women having to cover up their tops is, deeply rooted in religious Puritanism. The idea of controlling what women are allowed to do and wear and how they are allowed to present. It's all deeply rooted in Puritanism, and so is the discussion around kink at Pride. It's around controlling what people are able to do, how they're able to present, what kind of lives they are able to lead, and it's always coming back to this ridiculous idea of think of the children, What is women? I am doing that video soon, I promise you. We're going to do the philosophical question, much like, define a chair in all the ways that are a chair and none of the ways that aren't a chair. We're going to do that whole discussion in a YouTube video essay thingy at some point. I'm going to give you my philosophical take on it. What is woman? I do have kids. Lily has got such nice hair. Look at this. Look at that majestic mane. Oh my goodness. Look at that. Oh my god, the envy I feel right now. My hair's shit. Breasts are cool. Not for me, got them knocked off. Well, there you go. Breasts should be cool if you want them, if you like them. Who dislikes breasts? It's just there are certain people out there who don't... Oh, I didn't change the color on that. I thought I did. Okay, whatever. Anyway, some people just don't want... what was I going to say? I've missed it. I've lost it. Some people don't want breasts on themselves. Where were we? Religion itself isn't exactly bad aside from Christianity. Well, I mean, I have a lot of thoughts about Christianity and religion in general, but we're not going to have that discussion right now. Let's continue with this.
That they shouldn't be allowed to be seen or allowed to be out there in public. It just means doing the work to try to make sure that people don't automatically assume those things are sexual in their nature, that they are a contextual-based representation or expression. That's a bit of work, it has to happen, but it has to happen by being able to do those things publicly in the first place, or fighting to have those things expressed in the first place. I've mentioned a few times now in this video that quite often these kind of arguments do end up going back to, oh, but what about if the kids see it? We should be making this all ages friendly. The problem being that what exactly is and isn't okay for kids to see? seriously, this is one of those big questions here. Why has it been decided that a kid seeing someone in drag, or a kid seeing someone dressed up in leather gear, will all of a sudden be traumatized, or will be horrified by seeing such a visual, that it will ruin their lives, that it will destroy their mental health? Why is...
Yeah, exactly. You know what I am... you know what I'm not traumatized by? Going to gay and lesbian Mardi Gras as a kid and seeing leather daddies and topless lesbians. Right? I am not traumatized by that. I remember it, but I'm not traumatized by that. You know what I am traumatized by? Having my uncle scream at me and threaten to beat me. I'm traumatized by that. He was a cunt, and I'm glad he's in the grave. But I'm not traumatized by leather daddies and lesbian tits. At all. Anyway.
Is that a definitive statement, or one that most people agree with?
Just
there isn't necessarily
venting
any
trauma
evidence
on
to back
stream.
that up. There isn't anything that sort of guarantees that that is in fact true. I'm not advocating here that we should be chucking porn in front of 4-year-olds or something, but people being able to dress in whatever ways they want, especially if they don't just have like their genitals out or are performing sexual acts, shouldn't be a problem. It shouldn't be something that you are allowed to tell them to do otherwise. There's some cool leather gear that does kind of just look cool. Maybe someone...
Agreed. I kind of just want a harness for the sake of wearing a harness over a top. Some of them look really cool. Uncle was probably a secret leather daddy. No, he was an out-and-out absolute fuckwit. Yeah, harnesses just look fucking cool. It's just belts. Like, have you ever played a Final Fantasy game? All those characters are just wearing excessive amounts of belts. And it looks cool as hell.
Someone might like to wear that at some point. And that shouldn't be wrong for someone to want to wear that. It doesn't make them automatically sexual to do so. If someone wears
Chokers,
fishnets
collars.
and a corset, that shouldn't be automatically bad or something wrong for people to see. We've done a lot of work towards trying to argue that that isn't something that automatically makes you deserving of harassment or deserving of sexual attention or sexual aggression. And that's what a lot of us end up falling down to. No one here is arguing that Pride should be a free-for-all orgy or whatever. But if you see someone at Pride wearing a leather costume, or someone dressed up as a dog, does that really ruin your life or your children's lives to have seen that? That was, I believe, going to be the most contentious one, because I'm sure people would take those arguments and would take them into, like, I'm saying that kids should be dressing up in fetish or kink gear, where my argument is more that the idea of kink or fetish gear is poorly defined, and that it is a constraining moral norm that we've carried on over from a Christian conservative society, where we're still holding on to these ideas that certain dresses and certain costumes are automatically inherently sexual because of who they're associated with. When we should be moving towards this idea of people can wear whatever they want, and if whatever they're wearing is something that they do in private in a sexual manner, fine. Power
There
to
you go,
them.
Broken.
If they are wearing it in public, though, and they're not doing anything sexual with it, then it's just a costume. It's just an outfit. There's nothing wrong with that. Or there shouldn't be anything wrong with that. So that was this video. I admit I did ramble a little bit there, but I'm hoping that the point I was trying to get across here, the argument I was trying to make, were at least somewhat coherent, and that you somewhat got them. If you did, that's fantastic. It's great. It's what I'm here to do.
Rambled in a good
And
way,
if you
Lily.
really liked them, you can obviously like, share, subscribe, comment, all that stuff, or pay me on my Patreon, which is how I get money from these videos, because I don't get paid otherwise, because YouTube doesn't like queer content a whole lot. Other than that, if you have got problems with what I've said here, or you have got some arguments that you think go against what I said, please put them in the comments. Try to be constructive with them, though, or nice. You know, don't just be an asshole, because otherwise I'm probably just going to mute you or delete the comment or not think about it, because I'm allowed to do that. Other than that, thank you for watching, and I hope you get to go and enjoy a Pride that is available to everybody, of all ages, and for people who want to dress however they want to.
There we go. Perfect. And then immediately Vorsh is recommended. No, don't give me that bullshit. I don't hate Vorsh, but I definitely do dislike his take here. Yeah, like, what did Vorsh say? So Vorsh's take on to basically sum it up, the first tweet essentially sums up his viewpoints. Kink at Pride makes people uncomfortable, makes the event less accessible when accessibility should be a priority. Keep less family-friendly stuff to the many, many after parties and adjacent private venues every Pride has. And there's more into it than that. But essentially, he and a bunch of other people have been conflating, like, here's what they're essentially saying. Here's what a bunch of people have been saying. It's totally fine for people to engage in explicitly sexual activity in front of and involving children if the children don't... Fucking hell, I can't keep doing that. if the children don't know what's happening. This is what Vorsh and RGR and a bunch of other people have been saying about Pride, saying about kink at Pride. So it seems like the pick of the girl with the men in fetish wear may not have come from Pride. Yeah, this is from something else. I forget what it was referencing. Actually, I have a bookmarked Twitter thread. If that's the case, I can't wait for all the people who are defending the behavior while believing it happened at Pride to come out and act like this somehow excuses their arguments. Vorsh debate broke the internet. So yeah, there's a bunch of people who've got some really hot and spicy takes on this particular thing. Let's go back to this bit here. This discourse is so poisoned by people just not understanding each other's definitions of kink. It's exhausting to listen to a lot of people's takes. Precisely. It is. But it's a good topic to discuss. Enjoy that, Lurk. Never not annoy me that people tried to rehabilitate Shoe on Head who started fucking complaining about drag. Did she complain about drag? I can't remember that. I've been wearing that collar except for a 2-hour period where we're having an MRI for 4 years, 7 months, and 11 days. Don't remember for any reason unless it will destroy tens of millions of dollars. Unless destroy a tens of $million diagnostic machine. Well, yeah. So-called left prudes need to leave. We don't need your help unless you're willing to wear nothing but a harness in public. Yeah, the whole idea of conflating, especially drag with kink, is really unusual. Because like I said before, drag is just effectively a form of clownery. It's the same kind of performative, over-the-top, eccentric kind of behavior. Quite honestly, drag is one of those things, unless, of course, the drag queens involved are doing something overtly sexual with their performance. Drag is perfectly acceptable for children to look at. And, drag queen story time. Nothing wrong with it. There's no problem with it. See, this is the issue. Like the kid, the drag kid thing. Yeah, that kid, that was definitely a step too far. But then to conflate all drag with that incident is absurd. It's completely absurdist. And it's grossly misrepresenting the point. Grossly misrepresenting the ideas of what drag is. Major point of contention, you may have it wrong, is that more conservative parents or liberal, sure, who want to participate with their kids, so take that what you will, don't want to have to explain something they themselves associate only with sexual acts and kink in a sexual context. Yeah, that's pretty much it. There's a lot of people who do not understand the depth of kink, do not understand that, and like realistically speaking, if you wanted to take your kids to Pride and you saw somebody wearing kink gear, you could just explain that it's a silly costume they're wearing. Provided, of course, that it is not an overtly sexual costume. Like we mentioned before, nobody should be wearing those masks with the dildo sticking out of it. Whatever that is. There should be, certain limitations, but it's the overtly sexual kind of stuff. Dickicorn, pretty much. And the thing is, there are a lot of people who are just not acknowledging what kink really is. Not understanding what kink really is, and then conflating kink with overt sexuality. Overt sexual behavior, and suggesting that people are performing sexual acts at Pride, which is, they're projecting their insecurities on the event. Drag queens have every right to act sexual or have a performance that's more adult-oriented because most of the time they perform these things at clubs and bars and 18-plus events, which kids shouldn't hang around in the first place, and that's the job of the parents, exactly. Attack on drag as being unacceptable is the starting point for an attack on trans folks, which is exactly floppable the point that somebody else made about attacking kink in the first place, which was brought up in the Vorsh thread by Katie Montgomery. We'll bring this back up again just so you folks can be aware of it. Katie Montgomery's point: lots of cis people think trans people just existing is kink. Who is doing the classifying? So that whole point, about dragging drag and trying to get kink out of Pride could very well lead to excluding trans people. And trans people do not have a lot of allies. We've got a lot of enemies, and some of those exist under the moniker of LGB. Specifically stuff like the LGB Alliance, where there are those who believe that sexuality and gender should be exclusively separated in the social discourse. And as a result, they want to exclude trans people and non-binary people from the discussion around any of that kind of minority group that is the LGBTQIA plus broad handle. All you have to do is look at the Vorsh TJ Kirk, amazing atheist who is an open transphobe but takes her up there with Sargon of Akkad. I still don't know anything about Sargon of Akkad. and how much Vorsh kissed his feet and claimed any critique was the woke scolds, even though TJ Kirk was telling his audience to vote Trump to spite Hillary Clinton. Fucking Christ. Most kinksters at Pride ever made you uncomfortable was because you used to be worried about the optics and also didn't understand anything about kink. Well, yeah. Oh, don't show that on stream. Okay. But $20, Vorsh is going to walk this back at least partially. I mean, yeah, it feels like the damage has been done. So even if he does do that, it's probably not going to be that big of a... It's not going to be that big of a help. But at the same time, it would be good if he does. You know, if he goes out of his way to say, look, I was wrong. I misunderstood things. You know, but we'll see what happens. Where were we? Scoville, you got to head off. Have a good one. Thank you so kindly for hanging out tonight. How the fuck does the LGBT exist? Like they hate the A's, B's, and T's at this point. Well, the LGB Alliance, is specifically a hate group. Let's clarify that right now. The LGB Alliance is specifically a hate group. I only heard of Sargon through H-Bomber, but he seems like an idiot. From what I've heard, he seems like an idiot. You can be straight and like trans people too, exactly. Sargon is a Nazi from Turf Island, really all you need to know. Anywho. So there's... we'll just have a quick chat about Operation Pridefall as well. Just a reminder to everyone that if you see this image, it's literally from a 4chan thread on Operation Pridefall, a yearly operation whereby right-wing channers fight against LGBTQ+ degeneracy. So this image... the details are all right here. Here's the specific segment if you don't feel like scrolling. I'm beginning to be a little sus of anyone who uses that avatar generator shown above. So as you can see here, this person's avatar from a generator site. Anyway, this is the second account with that style of avatar that's advocated for this shit. There are a shit ton of people on Twitter actively denying that Pridefall is a thing, but the above post demonstrates that it is in fact very real. Oh god. Again, for folks claiming that this never actually happens, seems like it's happening again according to plan. Give me a second while I check these. So here's this thing. Yeah, Operation Pridefall. You may have heard of it already. It's quite simple. Every June, hundreds of massive corporations band together to smother social media with posts in favor of Pride Month, a code word for the degeneracy that is LGBT activism. Many of these accounts are rather small and get very little engagement, yet they continue to post without backlash. Beginning on June 1st, the goal of Operation Pridefall is to get Twitter, Instagram, etc. and drop a shit ton of disturbing red pills on homosexuality and on the comments of the lesser-known pages. The bigger pages are okay targets, but posts tend to get unnoticed in the sea of other comments. Commenting on smaller pages, roughly 100 likes or so, means anyone who views it will see the posts and companies will reconsider. And that's where that ends. Have you ever done this? A trial run was done last summer with decent success. Any specific guides? Keep it normie palatable / friendly. It means no Nazi and Hitler shit. Goal is to make them question whether what they are supporting is really the right thing. Just like IOTBW, don't know what that is. There is no phase 2. And yeah, this is the kind of shit that 4chan does. And anyway, where were we? Used to watch Sargon quite a lot of years ago. What they say is true. He's a seriously twisted individual. He brought a lot of people into the hard right by turning up the heat slowly. College dropout who found a living telling boomers what they want to hear. Sadly, a very profitable field to get into, honestly. Anyways. Oh my god, it's not even from Pride, it's from Folsom Street Fair, a specifically BDSM-focused leather parade. So again, the image with the dog or what have you. And so, in summary, some parent decided to take their kid to a BDSM and leather play-focused kink parade, and somehow this has become evidence in the discourse that Pride, an unrelated event, is not family-friendly. What complete and utter horseshit. So I just wanted to note that quickly before we took a break. But yeah, it's not surprising at all, not shocking at all that there would be 4chan doing this kind of nonsense to specifically target the queer community. Who could be shocked, honestly? But it's not all specifically them. The thing that worries me, though, is that some of these big people have latched onto these ideas that have been perpetuated by things like Operation Pridefall, and as a result have inadvertently given it a lot more traction than it originally would have gotten. So that's one of the major issues there, is that these kind of ideas can be toxic and, what's the term I'm looking for? Toxic and, parasitic. They worm their way into the discourse, and then it's very hard to pull the leech off, Once they're in there, it's hard to get them out. Not prevalent, no. I think my analogy works. I mean, yes, prevalent in a way. Pervasive, certainly. Fucking hope so. Can't say personally, not exactly straight. There's a lot of reactionaries in every demographic that get repeated regardless of whether the issue is legit. Kind of just add to the boxes, Vorsh is on what is his 18th walkback, as he said racist stuff about a black conservative, he said transphobic stuff and walked back. Kind of like, how many times do you give a guy a second chance? True. I know, 4chan hating queers, what the fuck? I never would have expected that in a million years. And I used, like, back before I came out, I actually started going on 4chan for some reason, thinking, yeah, this is a good idea, this is a place that I want to be at. And quite honestly, it's fucking boring over there. A lot of the debate about whether a straight man is still straight for finding trans women attractive, it's still just fragile masculinity. Like the deep-rooted issue with homosexuality as well and what a man needs to be, so he's considered a real man. Yeah, true. I was just thinking about the whole real man, toxic masculinity thing and all of that. But anyway, right now, we're going to hit an ad break. We're going to do a Be Right Back. And yeah, we're not going to do a 4chan stream because buttholes, like Beasticle said. Alright, BRB, we'll be back in just a moment, folks. If you would like to skip ads, if you'd like some emotes, if you would like to support the stream, please hit that subscribe button. Because of reasons, I guess. I'd appreciate you if you subscribe. Anyway, BRB. I don't know why I keep eating those really hot Doritos. I'm in pain. They're so hot. Why am I eating them? What's going on? Guys, stop being holophobic. Anyway. Oh, okay. Now, of course, I'm getting cold. So let's break out the leather again. Hell yeah, bruh. Leather jacket time. Anyways, pop the collar. Let's go. Let's fucking go, bro. Oh, okay. Oh my goodness. It's now cold in my house. Is pride fall like Titanfall? Anywho. We can continue on that. We've got a little bit more if you want. There's something... I mean, I don't have... There is an article here. Do we want to keep going with this or do we want to do some wild news? Or some COVID news? What do you feel like? The size of the popped collar is proportional to how evil the anime character is. The popping didn't even stay. It didn't even stick. It didn't stick. I do like my leather jacket though. It's very cute. You assumed it was the next James Bond movie. Love the way I say here. Here. In me Aussie accent. Mate. Oh God. Oh, Mr. Prime Minister. Andy. Let's make Simpsons references all night. Shall we? And on the subject of Australians, let's just... No, it was $900 dues. I've seen that episode enough times to know that it's 900. On the subject of Australians, on the subject of dumb fucking Australians... No, this isn't from Dangerfield. I've had this for years. Way before I even knew Dangerfield existed. What does this say? It says Lucid on the branding now. This is my look in the Grease remake with my Siri from The Witcher top on. It is a very poggers jacket, isn't it? I love it. It's very warm. Let's talk about dumb fucking Australians like Pete Evans. We've been following Pete Evans for a while after he posted a Nazi meme on Facebook and then suggested he was going to run for Parliament. Dangerfield, the lesbian shop. Evil. Oh, because of the collar. What is that collar? Jesus Christ. That's enormous. What are you doing, Smudge? He's so fidgety. Pretty much as soon as I came out, my sister's like, I'm dragging you to Dangerfield. It's Harry Hill. Who's that? Does your father wear gold blimey trousers? I don't know. I haven't seen him in a while. But anyway, I made a video that referenced Pete Evans. If you've seen my video cancelled, you know the story of the Nazi meme. You know the fact that despite claiming he was being cancelled by social media for posting said Nazi meme, he still didn't get cancelled. Then he said he was going to run for government in light of the fact that he posted a short video proclaiming that all politicians are dumb, they're fucking stupid. Like that was literally his argument against politicians. They're all fucking stupid. They don't know what they're talking about. They're dumb. They're fucking stupid. That kind of attitude that says nothing. That kind of attitude that's just like, I'm just going to say that I don't like this group. I mean, yeah, politicians are stupid. Oh, there you go. Yeah, so he'd fit right in. And now Pete Evans has been fined $80,000 over the advertising of fraudulent therapeutic goods. Dude, this guy looks like he is macrodosing meth. Anyway, controversial celebrity chef Pete Evans has been fined almost $80,000 by Australia's medical watchdog over alleged unlawful advertising of wellness products. The Therapeutic Goods Administration today issued 6 infringement notices to Peter Evans Chef Proprietary Limited, totaling $79,920. Oh, check my whispers. I will shortly. The fines were issued over how a series of products, including a biocharger device and hyperbaric oxygen therapy chambers, were depicted as impacting a customer's health. Mitzi Johnson, welcome to the Rogue Room. How you doing? By the way, we hit 4,000 followers and then dropped back down because we had to ban a bunch of trolls. Anyway. Not very poggers. A directions notice was also issued to the company and its sole director, Peter Evans, to ensure the non-compliant advertising was removed. Under the Therapeutic Goods Act 1989, not 1889, therapeutic goods, including medical devices and medicines, must be entered into an official register before they can be lawfully advertised in Australia. Fines were also issued for the alleged advertising of static magnet products and hyperbaric oxygen therapy chambers that contained statements that implied the products were endorsed by a health professional, the TGA said in a statement. Due to the repeated nature of the alleged advertising breaches, the TGA has also issued a directions notice to Mr. Evans and his company to cease advertising therapeutic goods not entered in the ARTG and to discontinue making various claims about therapeutic products. Your drunken antics didn't get you banned. Well, my drunken antics might get me banned. I'm on the Traminer Riesling now. How are you, Mitzi? In April 2020, Mr. Evans was issued 2 infringement notices totaling 25,200. Now I'm producing too much saliva again. I hate when I do this. Is this just a thing that happens when you drink? Does this happen to you folks? Over the advertising of his biocharger device, where he claimed, edit your damn articles, during a Facebook live stream that the device could be used in relation to Wuhan coronavirus. Note that no medical body calls it the Wuhan coronavirus. Any claim that references COVID-19 is a restricted representation under therapeutic goods legislation, and it is a sign of significant concern to the TGA given the heightened public concern about the pandemic, the TGA said at the time. The TGA recently published a warning to advertisers and consumers about illegal advertising relating to COVID-19. Yeah, so I'm just going to sell this completely nonsensical biocharger thing and tell you it'll cure COVID. How could that ever possibly go wrong? Anyway. Sometimes, but usually only when you're chasing a puke. Mouth-watering is usually your first warning. Well, I mean, that would make sense. Alright, so let's have a look here. What have you sent me? This is a giga yikes. Jewish CNN anchor John Berman slams Marjorie Taylor Greene. Holocaust comments as furor grows. Marjorie Taylor Greene, I swear, is a professional troll. Anyway. They make me sick. Jewish CNN anchor slams Marjorie Taylor Greene. Holocaust comments as furor grows. Don't you dare speak for me, says CNN's John Berman after Ms. Greene defended her comments. I swear she's a professional troll. She doesn't have any interest in actual policy or anything. She just exists to make people angry. Deeply unwell, yeah. The furor over MTG's Holocaust comments has grown, with CNN anchor John Berman slamming the Georgia representative during his show on Monday. So, I haven't seen the actual comments, but anyway, let's keep going. Ms. Greene also got into a Twitter spat with Professor Robert Reich over the weekend, in which the former Clinton administration Secretary of Labor accused her of promoting hate that is destroying the country. On Friday, the Congresswoman compared House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's mask policy to Jews being forced to wear gold stars in Nazi Germany. I see. Right. Okay, yeah, I totally get what you're going for there, MTG. Yeah, makes total sense. You know, we can look back at a time in history where people were told to wear a gold star and they were definitely treated like second-class citizens, so much so that they were put in trains and taken to gas chambers in Nazi Germany, and this is exactly the type of abuse that Nancy Pelosi is talking about. You have to be fucking kidding me. You have to be, this can't be real. Marjorie Taylor Greene has to be made up. Alright, let's yo-yo. Let's yo-yo a go-go, and I'll try to continue reading this while we're doing it, okay? Hold on. She later doubled down on her comments, saying that any rational Jewish person doesn't like what's happening with overbearing mask mandates. No, no. You can go out. No, you're annoying me. Sorry, I'm banning the cat from the room for the time being. Addressing her comments on Monday's edition of New Day, Mr. Berman, who is Jewish, slammed the lawmaker for speaking for Jewish people and drawing comparisons with the Holocaust that saw the deaths of 6 million people. My pronouns are she and her. I know it's hard to tell because I don't have massive tits popping out of my leather jacket, but this thing is fucking huge. Oh yeah, this is the woman that was talking about the Jewish space lasers. Oh fuck, I forgot about the Jewish space lasers. You're actually really good at yo-yo? I'm not. This is all I can do. Your words don't make me uncomfortable. They make me sick, said Mr. Berman after playing clips of her comments. So as a rational Jewish person, let me just say to Marjorie Taylor Greene, don't you dare speak for me, he added. Not if you're going to compare health measures or anything to the Holocaust. Death Star of David. That was so fucking good, wasn't it? My yo-yo skills leave a lot to be desired, let me tell you. I wish I knew tricks or anything, but yeah. Death Star of David. Over the weekend, Professor Reich, who served in the Carter and Ford administrations, in addition to President Bill Clinton, tweeted, "Can we all agree that Marjorie Taylor Greene must be expelled from Congress?" Yes. Can she? Ms. Greene responded first by pointing out the misspelling of her last name. He dropped the third E in Green, tweeted, "Don't know you, but when I saw Berkeley in your bio, I got it. Just put the hammer and sickle with it." Being a communist's professor, you've never done the real hard work that builds the economy, you just teach ideas that will destroy it. Mr. Reich hit back, all you do is promote hate. Hate is destroying our country, he added. Oh, and Berkeley is spelled with an E after the K. Ms. Greene's short time in Congress has been filled with controversies, including her promotion of a wild conspiracy theory about election fraud, and that West Coast wildfires were caused by a Jewish space laser. She also made a reported attempt to launch an Anglo-Saxon America First caucus, though those plans were dropped. Here's a flex for you, but it's not going to really work all that well. Anyway. Oh, goodness. I will look up actual tutorials on how to do yo-yo stuff. I won't do it right now. As cool as it would be, I think it'd be a waste of time. We could do a yo-yo learning stream eventually, but not right now. Another time. Nice jacket, thank you. I'm glad you like it. It's very big and cozy. I wish it was a trench coat, though. That'd be cool. But I don't have any trench... Oh. No, I don't think I have a trench coat. I want to get a trench coat. Because they look comfy. I've got a cape. Now I made you think of Tifa in a leather jacket. Tifa's probably the one reason I would consider playing Final Fantasy VII. Tifa, though. Anyway. And Sabercat, you've also brought me this. Let me just get rid of this part here. So what'd you say to me? You said, here's why you think Vorsh is being stupid, because there's anti-LGBTQ groups. Like, you remember this back in 2018 and how the YouTube people like Blair White and Skeptics made this an actual argument. Let's have a look. So coming back to the queer news for a second. Coming back to the pride thing for a second. Behind the weird internet scheme to associate pedophiles with the LGBTQ plus community. This is one of the things that I do believe Shoe on Head actually did talk about, and she was on the right side of the discussion, where there are people in the online community trying, to associate pedophiles with the queer community. I do recall hearing about this. Stop auto-playing your videos on my streams, please. The LGBTQ... Blah, blah, blah. The LGBTQ plus community has long been maliciously associated with pedophiles by people who wish to further stigmatize us. Sorry, hang on a second. Yeah, maps. Excuse me. Okay. Where were we? Internet trolls are aware of this violent tradition and are taking advantage by spreading propaganda that on first glance resembles an embrace of pedophiles by LGBTQ plus people. It's an effective tactic if we accept the false premise that there is a link between sexual predators and queer people, but there isn't, and it's time we stopped meeting that propaganda on the trolls' terms. Wee maps. I know you meant to say ew, but that just like... And yes, the right does use this. I mean, it brings us back to that video of Blair White. It brings us back to that video of Blair White on that panel where the woman, I forget who it was, suggests that trans people are a pipeline to pedophilia. It never ends. They just keep doing the same thing over and over again. Time is a flat circle. You know, this attempt to associate the queer community with pedophiles is just, again, rooted in archaic puritanical attitudes, sorry. Where people are trying to demonize and dehumanize queer people because they make certain members of society uncomfortable. The kink at Pride in front of children, yeah, it's the same kind of thing. It's the exact same thing. And again, a lot of people see being trans as a kink. And as a result, when you start saying, oh, kink shouldn't be at Pride, then what you get is the situation where some people might infer that trans is a kink and, you know, trans people shouldn't be at Pride in that circumstance. So it's a very, very slippery slope to very dangerous things. What is politics? What is politics? What is politics like in Australia? Does it mirror America at all? In some ways, not overly. The fascists just want queers dead. They do. And we've known that since the beginning. Australian politics is pretty dull, honestly. It's not tremendous. But yeah, we have healthcare. We do have universal healthcare. Is it comparable to the UK? I'm not quite certain. At least in regards to transition, we've got it pretty good here in Australia. I've been able to get on HRT really easily, and it doesn't seem like there would be any real impediment to me getting surgeries if I needed them. Aside from the price, that's not covered by Medicare. 7 weeks to get on HIT. I think that would have been about the same, honestly. I can't think about it specifically. We did make Rupert Murdoch, so we got that problem to deal with. And Rupert Murdoch has been controlling the media for a very long time. He owns a lot of major media sources. However, still, even though we do live under a conservative rule, not much is really getting done. However, on the subject, we can talk about Australian politics. Excuse me. At least this specific thing. You can't assume consent. New South Wales announces major overhaul of rape laws. Sexual consent laws in New South Wales will be overhauled to require a person to show they took active steps to find out if a person consented to sex before they can rely in court on a mistaken but reasonable belief in consent. New South Wales will amend its sexual assault laws to mirror changes in Tasmania, where the criminal law explicitly states a person does not consent to sex if they do not say or do anything to communicate consent. Similar laws exist in Victoria. Under the affirmative consent model, an accused will have to show they did or said something to find out if a person was consenting to sex if they want to rely on a mistaken but reasonable belief that there was consent. You can't just assume through lack of resistance or lack of protest that consent has been given, New South Wales Attorney General Mark Speakman said. A key element of the offence of sexual assault is that the offender knows the other person does not consent. Knowledge includes having no reasonable grounds for mistaken belief in consent. Under the existing laws in New South Wales, a judge or jury must consider any steps taken to ascertain consent when deciding whether there were reasonable grounds. Unlike in... excuse me. I've got mixed nuts stuck in my teeth. Unlike in Tasmania, it is not mandatory for the accused to take steps. Mr. Speakman said a person could indicate consent with words or by giving facial expression with a gesture. We want clear and simple rules of engagement, so this is not about strengthening the process for compliance, it's also about simplifying the law and making it easier to comply with, Mr. Speakman said. There have been calls for reform in New South Wales, in Australia, and indeed across the world of how we handle sexual violence complaints. Those calls have reached a crescendo in the last 6 months. The prosecution still bears the onus of proving to a jury beyond reasonable doubt the 3 elements of an alleged sexual assault, namely that the sexual conduct occurred, that the complainant did not consent, and that an accused knew a person did not consent. The reforms follow years of advocacy led by Saxon Mullins, whose own court experience triggered a landmark review of laws, as well as months of public outcry provoked by a petition started by former Sydney student Chanel Contos. Ms. Mullins was the complainant in the highly publicised rape trial of Luke Lazarus. The no reasonable grounds provision was a central issue in the Lazarus trial. Mr. Lazarus was initially found guilty of sexual assault by a district court in 2015, jury in 2015, but the New South Wales Court of Criminal Appeal quashed the verdict and ordered a retrial after finding the judge misdirected the jury on this issue. Excuse me. After a retrial in 2017, a district court judge found Mr. Lazarus not guilty on the basis of mistaken belief in consent based on reasonable grounds. The Crown lodged an appeal, and the Court of Criminal Appeal found the judge erred in failing to consider in her written reasons any steps taken by him to ascertain consent. However, the court said it would be oppressive for Mr. Lazarus to face a third trial. Mr. Speakman said the reforms would not have been possible without sexual assault survivors like Ms. Mullins telling her story. My determination is to make sure cases like that never arise again. This is not just about holding perpetrators to account, but making sure that these cases don't arise. Ms. Mullins said she was grateful that her case had been a catalyst for reform. We are now leading the way in this space. Hopefully other states can look to New South Wales and enact their own reforms. New South Wales Police Commissioner Mick Fuller said the new laws would aid judges and juries that often struggled with the grey areas of consent. This is the guy who, by the way, advocated for a consent app on phones and such. Something that would actively record your consent in the case of a sexual assault case. He's a bit of a loony. While it may always be grey, it can't be as grey as what it is now, and clearly the legal application at the moment is not servicing anyone in my opinion, he said. Education Minister Sarah Mitchell said school curricula would be updated to reflect the law reforms once the changes passed Parliament. We'll also ensure that our teachers have the resources they need to make sure young people understand what they can and can't do when it comes to being in those situations. But National Criminal Justice spokesman for the Australian Lawyers Alliance, Tasmania-based barrister Greg Barnes SC, said affirmative consent laws, while useful in consent education, would not make a significant difference to criminal trials. I mean, it's a good step in the right direction with regards to protecting victims of sexual assault. But anyway. Excuse me while I scratch my my arm here. Yeah, the Consent Act was such BS because consent can be revoked, and that'd be very much used against folk. Yeah, because if you consent on an app, and then someone revokes consent, how's the app gonna know that? First of all, the whole thing was a messy idea from the beginning. Excuse me, while I eat my nuts. They wanted to shorten the waiting time and having to get all these agreements. Moral of the story: don't rape. I saw that coming. Figured US because you've known people fighting for it over here, even getting their approval revoked during treatment for BS reasons. And believe victims, absolutely. And this is the problem with these kind of discussions, is there are far too many people involved in the discussion around sexual assault who are like, oh, but what about the false accusers? What about the women who are just using sexual assault as a reason to destroy a man she doesn't like? You know, and the statistics for false accusations and people who are convicted on false accusations, there's such a tiny minority.
Kind.
Vagabond, thank you so kindly for gifting a sub to Flovable Cat. Thank you so kindly for your basedness. Yeah, there are so many people in that discussion. Whenever it comes around, and it always cycles back around into the discussion. And we've got some more news around this whole subject for the record. So strap in, strap on. That's actually probably not a good thing to say when we're talking about sexual assault. But strap in. We're going to be doing some more discussion around Grace Tame and Brittany Higgins in a moment. We're going to bring them back up into the discussion. But there are so many people when it comes to, a woman has been raped and is accusing someone of having sexually assaulted her. Yeah, there are so many people who will be like, oh, well, what about the man? What about his side of the story? Why are we assuming everything she says is true? This could destroy his life, all that kind of nonsense. And all that does is serve to perpetuate the idea that women are lying and women are trying to destroy men's lives thanks to, some nonsense. And here's the thing, is like a lot of the time the accusation is like, oh, this woman is just trying to get some money out of this guy or whatever. And I have a friend who has been an unfortunate victim. And I've seen those kind of accusations levied at her for daring to call out her abuser. And the story's been going on for years. Nothing legally has happened because it happened out of country. And he's got a bigger audience. He's not huge, though. And he doesn't strike me as a particularly wealthy individual. And there are people who are suggesting that she's going after him with sexual assault claims to destroy him and take money from him. I was like, what money? Is she expecting some vast fortune? No. She was sexually assaulted. And it's a non-argument. You know, and given how much hate accusers face, victims face when they come out about their sexual assault stories. It's the same as like people, I'm going to just make the metaphor because I'm trans. Sorry that I do this so much. I realize I do this all the time. But to make a comparison, people will say that there are folks who are coming out as trans to jump on a trend, despite the fact that that trend tends to lead to a ton of abuse, a ton of social othering, a ton of social stigma. Same thing happens to sexual assault victims. Anytime someone comes forward, they are more than likely to be confronted with a ton of people not believing them, suggesting they're up to some nefarious evil, all of these kinds of things. So, to that end, it's ridiculous. Yeah. Used to be on that side of the argument, but the truth is believing victims doesn't assign guilt to the accused. It supports someone who is going through a trauma, and the investigation that ensues needs to be able to find the truth. None of that is changed by believing someone who says that they were attacked. Due process still exists. Exactly. Like if someone does make false rape claims to ruin someone, it's a horrible and evil thing. Nobody's denying that, but it's such a non-thing that just doesn't happen. Yeah. People love to take the most minor issue, the most insignificant case, and say this is the primary reason that XYZ happens. You know, the reason that they're accusing someone is because of a thing that might have happened once. Again, it's the trans women in bathrooms thing. There might have been, at one point in time, a transgender woman who may have harassed a cis woman one time. And I haven't even seen any proof of that. But as a result, that is used as a weapon against trans people routinely. Like, see the Tennessee bill. Okay, so, phenomenon. The US generally suffers from the shitty healthcare system they have going. Don't understand why US citizens actually want to keep it that way. For what? The thing about the US healthcare system, from what I've gleaned, people who can afford private healthcare have got it pretty good. They can afford, private healthcare insurance covers a lot of those big expenses. But those who can't afford universal healthcare, there's a lot of attitudes in the US towards, I got mine, and if you can't afford private healthcare, you don't deserve it, basically. There's a lot of that attitude in general in the United States and in Australia, the UK. Anyway, there's a lot of people who've got a ton of privilege in having the ability to afford private healthcare, especially in the United States. It's a massive privilege. Yeah, work for it the way I worked for my shit, but most of the time they didn't work for it. A bunch of circumstances came together to give them the privilege to be able to afford that thing. A lot of what they say was work was just a bunch of things lining up, like the stars aligning for them. And there are a lot of people who do not have the circumstances they had to be able to reach that point of being able to afford private healthcare. And yeah, like you said, Hellfire, Medicare for All is actually massively popular. But I was discussing this with a friend today. America democratically is laid out in such a way that, like with things like gerrymandering and the layout of certain voting districts and the way the voting system works, as to make conservatives and conservative political viewpoints look more popular than they actually are. There are a lot of people in red states who cannot vote. There are a lot of people in red states who have very, more than likely, socialist opinions, but simply are unable to affect the democratic process. And that's by design. The Republicans in the United States, conservative politicians in the United States are constantly cheating. You know, democracy is a lie in the United States. Because, and this is why, what was it? Somebody made a very good point about the January 6th insurrection at Capitol Hill, and in that it was a dress rehearsal. You know, if nothing serious comes down on the people who helped orchestrate that, it's going to happen again, and it's going to be worse next time. And in my personal opinion, I may be wrong on this. I may not understand the democratic process entirely. Hello, Kiara, by the way. How you going? In my personal opinion, we shouldn't be voting for politicians. We shouldn't be voting for parties. We should be voting for policies. We, as members under a democratic society, yes, should be electing our representatives, but should also be electing the policies that we think society needs. In my view. The issue there, of course, is that some people do not understand those issues. I don't know. Is that a thing that we should be doing? I don't know. Referendums, yes. I should stop eating salty things. Fucking hell. I'm coughing like crazy. Yeah, like a few years back. What was it, 2007, 2012? Around about then. Whenever it was, Australia held a referendum to determine whether Australia should have gay marriage, which was stupid because there was already universal popular support of it, but the government decided, okay, we'll get the people to formally democratically vote on it. And really, as much as I hate the fact that they went, was it 2017? You're fucking kidding. No way! No, what? Or are you talking about something else that happened in 2017? It did not happen in 2017. Are you kidding? Oh my god. It was that recent. Holy shit. See, Australia is sometimes pretty based with regards to our, our Medicare, for example, and a few other things that we've got it pretty good in a few ways. But fucking Christ, it took us till 2017 to legalize gay marriage. I think Brexit was 2016. On the bright side, the marriage equality plebiscite definitively proved without a shadow of a doubt that the ACL's silent majority was a fucking lie this whole time. Yeah. Like I mentioned before, conservatives, like the Australian Christian lobby, like to act like they have the majority opinion. And they will do everything they can in their power to prove it by cheating the system. Yeah, I've noticed, Beasticle, there are people trying to overturn abortion rights. And the moment that they started attacking transgender rights in the United States is the moment that I and many other people noticed this is going to come back to hit cisgender women eventually. And now you're seeing it with them trying to overturn abortion rights. We knew it was coming because a lot of those issues tend to interlink. A lot of, for example, HRT that transgender people take are medicines that cisgender men and women take for various other reasons. So when they start attacking a minority and trying to take away their rights, eventually they're going to target another marginalized group and try to take away their rights as well. And it very much feels like the desperate throes of a dying political ideology. They're trying their best to do the most damage they can because they know a lot of people do not agree with them and things are going to change very soon. Isn't it 2022 there's another election in the US, but not for the presidency, for something else? I think the biggest issue you have with the system in the States is there's too many ways to make something law, from executive orders to case precedent. Yeah, midterms. What does that mean in the US? I know Australia's got a federal election next year. And as much as I'm not 100% on board with Anthony Albanese, I think I am going to vote Labour. I'm not certain just yet. I might need to look into the Greens some more. But I'm a pretty big proponent of socialised housing. And Anthony Albanese has spoken both A, on job creation, and B, on socialized housing, which has gotten my attention. Like even puberty blockers, one of the biggest transphobic political targets right now, were made and prescribed for cisgender people. Yes. Yeah, like puberty blockers were designed like if your kid at age 8, 7 or 8, like, what's it called? Precocious puberty? When your child starts experiencing puberty symptoms much, much younger than they should. 12, 13, maybe even 10 and 11, totally fine. But when your kid's experiencing puberty symptoms at like 7, 8, and 9, that's what puberty blockers exist for in the first place. And they can be They can be prescribed to teenagers at ages like 13, 14, etc., who believe they are transgender. And they very well may be. And in the case of, I keep going to say subscribing, in the case of prescribing puberty blockers to trans teenagers, or at least teenagers who may think they are trans, it's just literally delaying puberty until they're a little bit older, a little bit more experienced with the subject, and can make that informed decision. Which, if a kid at age 13 or 14 believes they are trans and is given the support to, to take puberty blockers, for example, and have supportive parents, you know what that kid's going to do if they believe they're transgender? They're going to learn about it. They have access to the internet nowadays. They're going to go out of their way to look up the information and inform themselves and perhaps even interact with transgender people and learn about these things. And they're going to have the knowledge in their head by the time they are 15, 16, 17 to make the informed decision of whether they want to get onto cross-sex hormones. Right? 10-year-olds becoming a master of science? What? Yeah, that's always been the point. Puberty blockers are literally a compromise. They're literally, like, no one is putting 10-year-olds on cross-sex hormones. No one's putting a 10-year-old on estrogen. 10-year-old male child on estrogen. Oh, we've moved on from the kink discussion a while ago. We had that whole discourse already. I don't think we're going to revisit it tonight. I should change the title, but I don't know what to. Anarchists for Anthony Albanese. That's a good title. Hello, Sad Hap. How you doing? Would have been nice to transition at 14 when you first tried to come out. I would have loved that. I was a trans teenager. But I suppressed it so hard and I didn't come out until I was 31. So, I had that whole thing. That whole regrettable idea of suppressing. And like the more I look back through my adult history, the more I notice certain things where I'm like, oh, that was a little bit of a hint. That was a little bit of a clue. You should have transitioned then. You should have transitioned then. You should have transitioned then. The amount of times I had the discussion with my ex when we were together, the mother of my kids, of would you still love me if I transitioned? Like, oh, what if I became a girl? Would you still want to marry me and all that sort of shit? And the thing is, she was always supportive of the idea. And certain other habits that I've noticed, certain other little things that I did here and there, I'm like, that was a major fucking clue. What were you doing? Egg cracking, yeah. BreadTube Reviews. Welcome to the Rogue Room. How are you doing? I'm definitely BreadTuber as all fuck at this point. I'm just going to own it. Started HRT at 16. Poggers. That's poggers. Do I sit in chairs cross-legged? Sometimes. Sometimes. At the moment I'm not, but I've noticed I've definitely changed my cross-legged style from... Can I show you? I've changed from doing this, right, to doing this. I do this now. All the time.
Welcome to the compound.
BreadTube Reviews, just subscribe. Is that to YouTube? You just subscribe to my YouTube channel? Why is it still doing that? Streamlabs is still showing when someone subscribes on my YouTube channel. I don't know why it shouldn't be doing that. I think I need to sign out of Streamlabs on my YouTube account because it's just put the two together for some reason. I don't know why. But anyway, thanks for subbing to my YouTube channel. Where were we? What have I missed? You were 31 too. She left with the kids as soon as you cracked. I'm sorry to hear that, princess. That's awful. But yeah, like I actually, back when we were together, we broke up for reasons that were not related to me feeling trans. And that was years ago, mind you. Way before I came out. I only came out last year, so yeah. I'm so fucking glad I did. Can I just throw that? I'm so fucking glad I came out. Saw me on recommended Twitch channels. Well, that's awesome. That's what we like to hear. We might try finding someone on recommended, or when I finish stream, we'll go to what's it called? Maybe like Bad Bunny's Discord. I think Bad Bunny's got a bunch of lefty creators in her Discord server.
Welcome to the compound.
And if anyone... Welcome to the compound. What the f... Okay. Savannah welcome to the what the fuck? Why is Streamlabs playing an old sound effect? I haven't been the compound in a while. What's going on with Streamlabs? Streamlabs, why are you breaking? I want FFS. A lot of people have told me I look like I've had FFS. Mia, I'm so glad I came out. I'm so glad I just accepted who I am, and I'm living for it. It's so good. It's happy. So the compound, here's a funny story. Before I came out, funnily enough, like literally right before I came out. I think Streamlabs has been stuffing up for a lot of people. Yeah, I think it has. I might log out completely and maybe reset everything. That might fix the issue. I don't know. But right, like when I left back in, I think it was late July or early August of last year, back when I had the moment of like, oh shit, I'm trans. Let's stop for a bit. I took like 5 weeks off streaming and YouTube. I started conceptualizing something called The Compound, which was going to be a rebrand and was going to focus a lot more theatricality. I honestly some days still think about why I didn't do it. I honestly should have. It would have been fun. But the idea was, I as the streamer lived in a concrete bunker in the Australian desert, in a place that was a nuclear testing site, and I was going to use an actual nuclear testing site from the 1950s that exists here in Australia. I've forgotten what it was called. I decided against that specifically. Like, I could have come up with a fictional name, but I used a real name. I used the name of a real testing site, and the reason that I decided against doing that specific little bit was it's Aboriginal land. So the name of the testing site is whatever the Aboriginal name was. And I'm like, honestly, kind of disrespectful. So I decided against that bit. But the idea was I had converted a radiation bunker, a nuke testing bunker, into this elaborate LED-lit, basically subterranean manor. And I had done up a whole bunch of scenes. Like I had a pool area, I had a living room area, and I had all this cool stuff. And it was effectively going to be performative. I'd come on a stream and I would switch to like my living room area, or I'd have a bar area, and you would see me standing behind the counter of the bar and all this kind of stuff. It was really cool. But ultimately I couldn't get the production value to where I want, which is obvious. And I ended up ditching the whole concept. But that was called The Compound. Back when I was still going by RB. And that's where Rogue Bitch actually originated from, back when I was going by that name. Because I wanted to keep the RB initialism. But I ended up ditching it and going in favor of something a little bit more simple, a little bit more easy to put forth, a little bit... I don't know what the term would be. But like... I think I'm doing good content now without going so ridiculously performative with it. It would have been a way for me to embrace that ridiculous, dramatic theatricality that I sometimes do. If you've seen Panic, my latest YouTube video, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. How I do like to dress up a little bit. I do like to be a bit dramatic. Cora loading. Welcome to the Rogue Room. How you going? It's your dream house. I love... And Shoe on Head would hate me for this take. I love brutalist architecture. I genuinely, unironically love the look of big, concrete, square, cubic structures. Geometric looking structures. I live for that shit. If I could live in a brutalist house, let me show you the one that I really like. Do I like Shoe? I'm iffy on her. Okay. Yeah, and I've been told, like, there's a reason that I think I've changed my description here on Twitch now. But I used to have budget ContraPoints in my little bio here on Twitch. And that came from the fact that people were referring to me as looking similar to ContraPoints. Somebody made that point, and I was just like, I'm going to steal that as a bit. But like this building here, I'd actually stolen this as a graphic to use with the, what's it called? With the backdrops I had put together. I stole this and I heavily edited it. So this would have been the compound, right? That would have been the building. And I love it. It's so fucking cool looking. Look at this thing. Does it not look... It looks like sci-fi. That, I don't know what the fuck the deal is with whatever's behind the house, but I like the look of it. It's so sterile, like me. I just genuinely like the look of this. And I had stolen most of these images and edited the fuck out of them. Like this scene, for example, I would have been, you know, I'd have my camera positioned so you'd cut the bar out and put it as a separate segment on the scene, and I would be green screen behind the counter. Yeah, Minecraft, shut up. I like it, okay? I like this shit. It's cool. Anyway. What up there, Aesthetic? How you going? Reminds me of the movie Parasite. I need to watch that. I always felt like your previous name, Internet P for 3 asterisks. Sorry. But also people would use it as a weapon to undermine your integrity. Well, why is brutalism not Pog? I like it. I like concrete. It's not Pog from the perspective of, what's it called? It's not for Pog from the perspective of, like, ecological standpoints. But given that we do live under a capitalistic society that destroys the environment anyway, if I had a choice, I'd live in a house like that, but I don't. It'd probably be more resistant to the elements than the current piece of shit that I live in. Anyway, why have you sent me this link? You like that shit too? I like coffee. I like this thing, just because it looks like a nefarious lair. Where is it? The one that I'm looking for. This thingy. I like this thingy. That looks cool. Meh, I'm indifferent to that one. That looks cool. That looks alright. I do like ecological brutalism, where they drape, you know, what's it called around it? Foliage. It's too corporate. Oh my god. What kind of architecture do you people like? Reminds you of late Soviet architecture. Anyone who doesn't like Beton Brute is a heathen. Let me have a look. Oh, I do like Gothic stuff. I am very fond of Gothic. Beton Brute. Let's look up some Gothic architecture. Oh, Anor Londo. Just go live in Anor Londo, shall we? I'm just going to buy a church. I'll buy a priory. I do believe... Yeah, Bloodborne music. It may originate in communism. I think. That is very Anor Londo. Much as I hate Much as I hate religious symbology, I do love the look of like the buttresses and these tall spires. No architecture put us back in the grass and trees and caves. Ah, yes, naturalist architecture. It's what brutalist architecture reminds you of. Oh, okay. Let's have a look at this one. Yeah, some cathedrals are damn gorgeous, they are. Oh, postmodernism. Okay. Dude, that is tripping me out. What the fuck? That is absolutely destroying my brain. What in the world am I looking at? Also, when I looked at however you pronounce that, Sydney Opera House came up. That is pretty poggers. I do like it. It's unique. It's interesting. It catches your attention. Some cathedrals are goddamn gorgeous. They really are. Genuinely. Fuck religion, but let's reclaim their badass buildings. I would absolutely overtake a church and turn it into a socialized housing facility. Victorian houses. I do believe there is at least a couple of Victorian houses around near me. Yeah, stuff that I've seen a few houses near me in nearby neighborhoods that look like this. And I do like the look of those. They are kind of neat. Very bougie though. That one looks cool. The whole haunted house aesthetic with the dark wood. Living for it. If you had a dark brick foundation underneath. Oh my god. I want that haunted ass house. So do I. It would be like... You would have the walls... Like, you'd have that thing where it's got, like, the bottom third of the wall is that wooden paneling, and then the top 2/3 of the wall would be, like, a red, what's that pattern? Red wallpaper-y kind of thing. The witch lives inside there. I'm here for it. I'll be the witch that lives in that house. Sub to my Patreon so I can buy a witchy house. To go with my witchy vibes that I wear sometimes. Karl Marxhoff. Best known municipal housing complex. Oh yeah, Vienna. Red Vienna. See, that looks nice. I like that. Streamed into looking at houses we can't afford. This is what, you know, political streaming is all about. Looking at houses. Yeah, dark gothic houses are my vibe, honestly. It needs more concrete. No, it needs more ecology. It needs more greenery. You want a house that looks fucking whimsical? Hang on. It actually literally came up when I looked at it. Whimsical houses. So stuff like this. Would you live in that kind of a cottagecore vibe? There's a YouTube video about that housing complex. Oh yeah, I watched the Gravel Institute video about social housing. Which included descriptions of Red Vienna. You know, things of this nature are kind of neat. 2, not a box. That's cool. But would the house being overgrown with vinery... I feel like that may be an issue with pests. You might get an infestation of insects crawling through the roof and stuff. I don't know. Put me in that house where Hansel and Gretel got cooked. Send the link to the video on Discord. Sounds good. I'm going to finish chewing on my nuts. I'm not going to stop making nut jokes. Yeah, bugs. Would bugs be an issue? Oh, dude. To be the reclusive mage living in the woods sounds like a fucking vibe. Problem is internet coverage. Imagine every house around you looks like that. Gothic one, the one where the witch lives, a little house for fairies and gnomes, overgrown houses with poison ivy on it. Can't spell nutrition without the nut. True, internet, I've got magic. If I could have legit magic, then I'd be fine. What about this one? Here's a house. Here we go, we found an article. Trippy houses. That's fucking badass. That reminds me of something out of Dark Souls 3 in the Undead Settlement. Who's played Dark Souls 3? That's... Oh, dude. The Hobbit Hole. Fuck yeah. That looks fucking gnarly. I don't know what that would be, though. That doesn't look like a house. That's cute. Judging by the size of the people, though, that's way too small. That's awesome. That is cool. The giraffe. This is truly the Dark Souls of housing. Oh, dude. That looks sick. So that would have been carved out of the stone, I think. Is that inside that house, or what is that? That's neat, though. I like that. Hobbit Hole Vacation Home, Cliffbourne Industrial Complex for regular day-to-day. That looks like something out of fucking Whoville. Or that does. That looks a bit gaudy. I don't know. What do you think of that one? Actual Hobbit Hole. More Hobbit Holes. I don't like that one. But overall, you know, pretty fun. Whimsical housing. We're looking at whimsical housing. The gaudy one's too rich person-y. Yeah, that's what I got from it. It looks like something, you know, somebody with far too much money would have custom made. I'm just kind of like, teetering over the edge of kitsch. Oh, goodness me. Buck your house, build a city. That reminds me of that movie. What's that movie with Matt Damon where he's wearing the mech suit? Directed by the District 8 guy. Elysium, yeah. Architect, how many bedrooms do you want? Put me in a big rock on a field. I just want to live in a rock. Yeah, this reminds me of Elysium. Which honestly, like, that movie is worth watching for its essential criticisms of the capitalistic nature of things. It's not a bad movie. That's a seastead. So is that supposed to be positioned underwater, I'm assuming, or on the water? Because, and I do disagree with the idea of building this thing, there was a company a while back looking at the idea of building a hotel in the Great Barrier Reef. You know that coral reef that we have here in Australia that's slowly, and by which I mean slowly, I actually mean very rapidly dying? Yeah, the Australian Great Barrier Reef. There was a company that was looking at building a hotel under the ocean in that... Yeah, the one that's bleaching, yeah. Building a hotel in the reef, yes, or near the reef so you could see it. Under the water. Yeah, literally some Bioshock shit. And anyone who cares at all about this country knows that that's a bad idea. We do not want to destroy the Great Barrier Reef because the Great Barrier Reef is very based in pog. And we need to do everything in our power to save the bloody thing, not build a hotel on it. Speaking of which, I don't even know how you would. I know there are underground structures. I don't know if there's anything like a hotel or even just a singular residence that's designed to be lived in underwater anywhere in the world. And I mean like an actual residence. There you go, the aesthetic. And there's another outbreak. The reef is like the one reason people come to parts of Queensland that aren't like the Gold Coast. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, there is the issue of... what was I going to say? Oh yeah, like I don't think is there anything I can compare to with regards to an underwater hotel? Is there anything similar? Build the outside with wood planks and fill the middle space with sand. No, you don't use sand. You use stone blocks to build the exterior, then you fill it with wool to get rid of the water, and then you set fire to the wool, and there we go. The fire clears out all the wool, and you've got a nice, cozy interior dug out for you. There's a heartbreaking documentary called Chasing Coral on Netflix about it. Find someone that loves you the way that dude loves coral. I might check that out. That sounds like a good idea. Next time Jacinta's over, we're going to watch Philosophy Tube's latest video. And we might watch that as well. True, it is a lot of wool, but once you have a sheep farm going... which I just realized Jacinta probably wouldn't like Minecraft on that note. Given she's a vegan, there's so much about Minecraft that's very non-vegan. You'll stick with sand, which you can then reuse to make glass. But you've got to remember to place the torches under the sand so you can knock out the bottom block of sand and all the other sand can fall on top of the torch. Excuse me. Yes, another Abigail. I got the name first for the record. Oh, God. I got the name first for the record. I was Abigail before she... Well, actually, no, maybe I wasn't. Because I think she noted that she had been out to her family for a year or something like that before she came out publicly. So she may have actually been Abigail before I was. However, I was publicly Abigail first, so... Also, I wasn't aware of the fact that the name Abigail is Jewish. And I am not Jewish in any way, shape, or form. Oops. Minecraft and colonialism. Bunny was watching this video. Bad Bunny was watching this video a little while back. We can watch it. We can give it a crack. I'm down with that. If you folks are down with watching Minecraft and colonialism, I caught a few bits of it. We might as well... Do we want to watch this? Are we down with this? Are we cool with this? I'm cool with this. If you guys are cool with this. If you folks are cool with this. I gotta stop saying you guys. If you folks, if you friendos are cool with this, let's watch Minecraft, sandboxes, and colonialism. Let's do it. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking girl. Yeah, let's fucking girl. Let's girl, folks. Let's turn the volume up a tad. 250 should do it. I think the phenomena of there being such common trans girl names is just so fucking hilarious. Yeah, I know. I saw someone today who said, I'm the only trans Emma on Twitter. And I'm like, you might be right there. I don't think I've seen many trans Emmas. I've seen a lot of trans Mias, a lot of trans Annas, a lot of trans, I think a few trans Robins. Your middle name is Abigail. My ex was giving me shit the other day about the fact that I had made my middle names. So, like, my full name is now, like, 15 syllables. If you put, like, my first name, my middle names, and my last name together, I've got so many syllables, and, like, she's just like, you're so over the top. Do you realize that? And I'm like, yes, and I'm living for it. Got a trans name, and it's not even a chosen name. You're the only trans Lydia. No, I think I've seen a few other Lydias. There's a lot of trans Emmas. I think somebody made the point of, like, trans girls need to start picking names from beyond A, B, and C. Because I've noticed that too. There's a lot of trans girls who will pick names that are like that start with A, B, or C. I guess it's like it's fortunate. There's a few trans Chelseas, yeah. There's a particular. Wait, which one's the one I'm thinking of? Anyway, beyond A through F, probably A through F. Anyway, let's watch this.
Hey everybody, let me tell you a story.
I'm playing Minecraft. That time I accidentally did a colonialism in Minecraft. Oh, the nostalgia of this, even though I only was playing this game, like, last year.
So I recently got back into Minecraft after a couple years away. I've got a little private friends and family server set up. I've built some nice things, done a lot of exploring, having a lot of fun, and then one evening a friend says, hey, let's go tame some cats. Now, I'm of course completely on board with this plan. Pet cats? Sign me up. So in the current version of Minecraft, this entails finding a village because the mechanical spawn trigger for feral cats is related to the number of villagers in an area. So you find a village, then hang out until you hear a feral cat, then you give the cat some fish until it adopts you, and now you've got a pet
fucking
cat.
Asshole cat.
The problem is that just with how our world spawned...
Is this Dan Olsen? This is Folding Ideas. I don't know. Who's Dan Olsen? Oh, there we go. Yep. Okay. barely played Minecraft, so you tried it out in beta, so you got weird nostalgia for it too. I mean, I've been playing Minecraft since alpha, since 2011.
And the way we all chose to disperse around the area
so
before this point,
the
closest villages are kind of far away and aren't connected to any of the rivers that we're using as our main transport corridor. So we make this trip a few times, and it's always kind of a hassle, but hanging out around the village exposes me to a bunch of the other things you can do with villagers that the game has added over the years. See, the last time I played, you could basically only use extremely rare emeralds to trade for random stuff in a barter system with absolutely no concept of value. Like, you'd have to dig up these emeralds that could only be found in one specific type of place in the world, the large hills biome, and then some villager would offer you, like, a pair of leather pants for 3 emeralds, and you're just like, hey, thanks.
If I recall correctly, Minecraft has always had a system where you could sell stuff to the villagers to get emeralds. Emeralds were just able to be discovered very rarely in certain biomes. But there was always a system where you could sell them wheat and carrots and stuff. Like, you could certainly exploit the system. You could exploit their labor, essentially. I'm certain there was a system where you could trade with them, but maybe it was like when emeralds were very, very first implemented. Built a giant birthday cake in Minecraft for your first boyfriend when you were 14. Oh, that's cute. I made my daughter, I'm not going to show you this, but I did make my daughter a Minecraft birthday cake for her 5th birthday, I think. Which was made up of little cubes of cake that had icing on them. And then we had blue jelly for water. I think there was a creeper toy on there, or there was maybe a creeper made of icing. Like, she loves that game.
3 cows full of leather right over here, but wow, great deal. Really? It's not really a great deal, that's what we call sarcasm. These days, it's a little more coherent and engaging. Like, you go to one villager and you can sell them a bunch of wheat for emeralds. Then you can take those
If I can find a picture of the cake that doesn't feature my daughter in it, I'll show you the picture.
Emeralds to another villager and buy a cursed book or something.
Cute.
Or just hoard emeralds, pack them into a block and build a solid emerald bathtub. I'm not your dad. Anyway, this seems like it could be a lot of fun. There's still just that one problem that the closest villages are kind of far away and in the wrong direction from everything else we're building. And wouldn't it be so much easier for everyone to play with these mechanics if we had a village like right here in this giant empty field located conveniently between a farm, a dark forest, and a 2-scale recreation of Notre Dame carved out of a mountain? Yes, it absolutely would be. So, you know what, set to work building a small village with nice little houses using the wood and materials that are nearby, build a fountain, seed some farms, get it all decorated, place a bunch of job sites so the villagers have something to do, and now what? The game designers have their own vision of how this is supposed to work. They don't really want you to just set up a village of your own convenience, so just building a village isn't enough. What they want is for the player to find...
As a complete aside, which has nothing to do with the video at all, I recently played a bit of Eldritch, which is a game that has a very similar aesthetic to Minecraft, but is a roguelike with Lovecraftian style design. And just the layout of these 4 buildings here, the way that he's laid those out, reminds me specifically of a certain like set piece within the dungeons. Like, the dungeons are made up of randomly generated set pieces, and one of them is basically 4 little houses, or a bunch of little houses, in a labyrinthine structure. And for some reason that immediately struck me. I should play Eldritch on stream one day. It's quite a good game.
An existing village and adopt and expand it to build up something that's already there, and they've constructed mechanics in a way to encourage this approach and discourage anything else by making it really inconvenient. You can't just lure villagers with food or set up a village and expect them to just pop into existence. If you want to create a new village without using console commands to just create villagers, then you really only have 2 options. The first is to cut down trees until you have an apple, mine 8 blocks of gold, smelt the gold into ingots, combine the ingots and apple into a golden apple, build a portal to hell using obsidian, explore hell until you find a nether fortress, search the nether fortress until you encounter several flying enemies called blaze, kill them until you have at least 2 blaze rods, use 1 blaze rod to make a brewing stand and the other to fuel the brewing stand, use a bottle of water plus a fermented spider's eye, which is made using a mushroom sugar and regular spider's eye to create a potion of weakness, then add gunpowder to make a splash potion of weakness, hang around your new village waiting for a rare zombie villager to spawn, entomb them in blocks, throw the splash potion of weakness on them, feed them the golden apple, and then leave them entombed for another 5 minutes real time so they don't burn up in the sunlight at dawn, and then, finally, the villager will be cured of undeath. And you'll need to do this twice because 1 villager does not a village make. Alternately, you're going to need to acquire villagers from existing villages. And right here is probably where you pause for a second, squint your eyes, and go, not so sure about that phrasing there. Not hype on where this is going.
You followed about 5% of that. As somebody who's done the process, I'm like, I appreciate the attention to detail of showing every single step of the process there. But to anyone who hasn't really gotten that deep into Minecraft, that might have gone over your heads. But that's pretty good. That's pretty based. That's based video production.
So at this point, I go through the time-consuming process of expanding an existing river to make it ready for boat traffic, because, you see, villagers can't just be lured away, but if they get into a vehicle, like a boat or a minecart, they can't get out on their own. It's just a matter of getting a villager near enough to the water that you can push them into a boat, or maybe you first need to set up an elaborate trap with a minecart that will first take them down to the river so that you can then push them into a boat.
I never thought about
sail
using
that
a
boat halfway around
just
the world,
use rails
and then
in the
push
nether.
them out into their new home.
That's an
and
idea.
again, of course, you're going to need to do this a few times because a lone villager can't have kids, and it may take a village to raise a child, but it also takes a bunch of children
Shanghai.
to make a village. And so, yes, the best, most straightforward way to create
Yeah, once you unpack the notion, honestly, the whole genre of survival games relies on some great man who builds everything and uplifts the community out of savagery idea. Oh, once you unpack that, you're just like, yeah, here we were thinking about, it's a cute little game where I can farm and I can breed animals and I can live a cozy little cottage life. And I can also do imperialism.
new village in Minecraft is to kidnap villagers from an existing village.
I've literally
now, this
done
is a good point to say that I don't believe this is intentional, that this is more of a weird emergent outcome of systems interacting. I mean, I really hope that the people working on Minecraft, both on the Mojang and Microsoft sides of things, didn't look at the game and go, yeah, human trafficking? Pushing people into a boat and spiriting them away? I love it. That would definitely be a yikes. But it's a particularly interesting case study in the way that game systems create metaphor, and that even if you didn't intend for your mechanics to incentivize kidnapping, you still sort of created a game where the player is kind of encouraged to do a kidnapping.
How would you not facilitate that, given the way the systems are laid out? The only thing I could think of is like a villager would be disheartened by being moved from their territory and thus wouldn't cooperate with you. But then, of course, you just end up killing the villagers, and I feel like that just cycles back around to everything that's wrong with this in the first place.
2 or 3. And it should be noted that this interaction doesn't just mimic kidnapping, but more specifically the brutal relocation policies of colonialism. Shove some people in a boat, translocate them off somewhere else, push them out and say, okay, this is your home now. And the whole uncomfortable metaphor is exacerbated by some of the smaller details. Villagers all have a regional...
To be fair, I saved you from being a zombie, so I get to own you isn't a great justification either. True. Stardew is still pretty wholesome. It is pretty wholesome until we realized that there were 2 civilizations that lived deep underground, and we're introduced to one of the last surviving members of one of those civilizations, and the other civilization is one that we routinely murder when we get deep down into the mines, like we're quite literally routinely committing genocide on whatever the shadow people are called. in the mines there. The shadow people who committed genocide on the dwarves. No video games are non-political.
Look, so even though they are mechanically identical, there's definitely a sense of villagers taken elsewhere being out of place. Villagers and the player character are both humanoid but distinct from one another.
Yeah,
they are different.
I think that's
groups.
literally what they call
The
them.
villagers have large noses and talk in a nonsense Simlish. Across multiple vectors, the group with agency, players, are delineated from the group without. None of these individual details are per se bad, but they do collectively build a scenario where the player can easily otherize human NPCs. This gets pretty dark when players are indirectly incentivized to abduct them or even industrialize them like chattel, such as this contraption that exploits villagers summoning guardian iron golems as an infinite automated source of iron for making tools. As much as I love building and constructing games, these kinds of issues, these metaphors, hang over the head of the genre, whether they're created from mechanics or from the intrinsic framing of the game's scenario. In the 2019 essay collection, Video Games in the Global South, Jules Scott-Brown observes, in an era when physical space has been thoroughly explored, virtual spaces harken back to the romance of the colonial frontier as new regions to discover and conquer. Such conquest is not just psychosymbolic, but also sensitive to the legacies of colonialism and underdevelopment.
Since most mainstream video games... John Green, that actually is very true. Shadow people Falmus. Oh god, Skyrim's got some pretty deep stuff in this kind of vein too, doesn't it? The way the snow elves were colonialized by the Dwemer, and enslaved, like quite literally enslaved. I mean, the honesty is admirable. Yeah, this is the problem with Twitch, though, right? It's like if you're under 18, technically this is an 18 plus stream, which means I could get in trouble. Sadly, something you may be interested in. It's like, I want this to be a stream that is welcoming to everybody, realistically speaking, and that would include, honestly, again, as someone who considers herself sort of a trans representative, someone who wants to help other trans people. I would think, having my content be available to the entire age range of Twitch, which goes down to 13, would be ideal, but the unfortunate situation is I have got it set to 18 plus because I swear like a sailor. That's the main reason, and we do talk about some really heavy shit. Oh yeah, the pronouns extension, yeah, that's worth grabbing. Yeah, Skyrim's definitely rough. The Elder Scrolls in general is certainly dark fantasy in the sense that it definitely emphasizes a lot of those ideas in a very heavy way.
Games are produced and disseminated in the developed world. They are spaces in which primarily ex-colonial nations can continue to conquer the other, even in post-colonial periods. In sandbox building games such as Minecraft, the player arrives, like Robinson Crusoe, into a terra nullius and encourages him to improve this land by clearing jungles, draining marshes, building infrastructure, and mining minerals. Its inhabitants, hostile monsters or local villagers, appear simply as obstacles in the path of development or as resources to exploit. Which is very reminiscent of the upcoming game by, I think it's Amazon, called New World, which is set in a very explicitly colonialist setting, geared up like fantasy. Have a good one, Janae, however you pronounce that. I hope you have a good time around Twitch, and hope you find a good place where you can settle down and enjoy someone's stream that isn't 18 plus, unfortunately. But yeah, there is a game coming out called New World, or is it already out? I think it's either coming out or it's already out. And it's set in that definitely like pioneer frontier days style. Like that's the visual aesthetic of it. It's got that, late 1600s, early 1700s kind of look to the clothes and all of that kind of a thing. But the new world that they're colonizing is full of monstrous creatures. So they've got this colonialist aesthetic to it. And there are some people who've got real issues with it, as you might expect.
Wasn't this stream originally about whether or not Pride should be safe for work or not because kids could be there? This quick discussion about your channel was almost a microcosm. It was, that's true! Oh, yes, Australians by their very nature must stick to 18 plus streams. Casual swearing is ingrained into the very core of our beings. My son is already swearing and he's 5. Thought Amazon botched that game. No, it's definitely coming out. I don't know if they botched it, but it is certainly coming out. There'll always be a place for you, exactly. Thematic relevance.
He's not wrong. I mean, yeah, a lot of those underlying reasons are why I enjoy construction games, particularly Minecraft. I like exploring. I like building things. I like terraforming. I enjoy bridges and towers and villages and boats and trains. And that's not to say that those interests are illegitimate, but it does speak to deeper cultural values that I have inherited. I like terraforming and building big things in part because I was raised in a culture that values terraforming and building big things.
True.
A culture that looks at the New York skyline, the Hoover Dam, and the Trans-Canada Highway and sees, first and foremost, progress. A culture that sees these things as good. My interests and values are authentic, but they didn't form in a vacuum. And this is a value set that informs the entire genre. Minecraft, Factorio, Satisfactory, Stonehearth, Dwarf Fortress, Towns, Timber and Stone, No Man's Sky, No Moria, even the relatively constrained Stardew Valley is enamored with the romance of taming the wilderness.
Stardew.
It is certainly interesting that in a genre crowded with options, there are multiple games where the player builds vast labyrinthian factories to extract resources on an alien planet, and not one where the player reclaims a planet from the extractors.
True, Mass Effect Andromeda, like, I haven't even played Mass Effect Andromeda, and I'm aware of the colonialist inferences there. On the same subject, I really hope at some point, maybe thanks to the Mass Effect remaster, that they may in fact revisit the First Contact War between the humans and the Turians. I think that'd be a really interesting story that they could turn into a video game if they decide to go that route. But of course, that's definitely going to, again, reach into those colonial vibes.
Fully balancing wetlands and ecosystems.
Yes, Stardew.
Is the food chain of a marsh any less complex than assembling red chips in Factorio? Now, this is not me saying that all these games form a deliberate block of pro-colonial propaganda. In fact, all of them to some degree or another are aware of that legacy and try to steer gently away from the issue by fabricating scenarios where the behavior is in some way or another justified or permissible. All of them have a reason for doing what you're doing. The protagonist in Factorio, for example, isn't a colonist but is stranded on an alien planet by accident and given the implicit goal of leaving. In No Man's Sky, the protagonist is adrift in a universe where no one belongs, a space too vast for any one person to make a meaningful impact, a place devoid of villagers to displace. Again, they all have reasons for doing what you're doing, but these are just explanations, not excuses. In many ways, these works of fiction are indulging in a, air quote, clean version of history. What if America, but no Native Americans? Also,
oh, that's grim. Jesus Christ. Thank you for giving a heck, Draco. The only safe game is Pong. The issue with Pong is the competitive nature of it, which infers violence. So,
dear Factorio developers, I love your game, but this wording here, woof.
Wait, what did that say? Go back.
I love your...
Protect yourself from the natives. Oh my fucking god. You can't see it. It says, don't forget to protect yourself from the natives.
Game, but this wording here, woof.
Oh my god.
This sense of insignificance is a through line we can see in a lot of these, even to a degree Minecraft. The relative powerlessness of the individual in the scope of the systems they are interacting with. As with No Man's Sky, Minecraft's world is unfathomably vast, about 900 million square kilometers. It is impossible for an individual to truly alter the nature of the world. But even that narrative isn't new. Prairie Fires by Carolyn Fraser outlines how tales of rugged individualism were used to downplay, excuse, and dismiss the institutionalized displacement and massacre of Indigenous Americans. How, in books like Little House on the Prairie, authors like Laura Ingalls Wilder took colonization and turned it into 1,000 tiny, quaint stories. Not the product of policy, culture, and values, but the lamentable byproduct of 1,000 individuals, each too small to truly alter the nature of the world. So the question then is, how do we navigate this? It is perhaps tempting to fall into an all-or-nothing proposition and just throw the whole lot out, but that is, in my estimation at least, immature. It is possible to interrogate our collective past, the world that we have inherited, and determine that bridges and boats and trains are okay and good, that building things and even altering the environment are things that are or can be good, that it is possible to explore in a way that is better than our own history, that all these things are themselves value neutral and it is up to us to engage them morally. This is also where there is a great value in ensuring that voices from different backgrounds, different cultures are given space to create, to maybe argue against permanence, to argue the viewpoints of the colonized. Is it possible to tell these kinds of stories, stories of exploring the unknown without creating a fantasized, idealized version of our own colonialist past? I don't know. I don't have an answer for that. Maybe? And at the very least, maybe we won't end up with games where you push villagers into boats to haul them away.
That was good. That was fucking awesome. Anyway, there's that. There's that little bit of an analysis that will make you rethink what you know about Minecraft, what you consider, and like, again, this harkens back to the argument that I always make: every video game is political, even Minecraft. So that was who was that? Let me bring up my history really quickly. That was... where is it? Folding Ideas. Am I subscribed to them? No, I am now subscribed to them. Folding Ideas. Dan Olsen. Very, very good video. Very fantastic video. That inspires me, honestly, to do just better content. That was incredible. But is Deep Space Waifu political? So explain to me what Deep Space Waifu is. Am I missing a joke? Let me not discuss what I do to villagers when I live near a village. I just pour lava all over them nowadays. I'm like, I can't be bothered with your system of trading. I'm going to burn you all. That was John Green pretending to be Dan Olsen. It definitely does sound like John Green, doesn't it? Very, very similar voices, but you can tell there's a difference. At any rate, is Albanese anarchist? No, but we were making jokes about Anthony Albanese. Like, I was saying earlier, I'm probably going to vote for Albanese this year. Not this year, next year, sorry. And we were discussing anarchism, or anarchy, or whatever. So it looks very much like I'm going to be voting Albanese. Talking politics and games, haven't been in that argument in years. Please don't explain Deep Space Waifu. I don't know what's going on. Maybe want to play Minecraft now and build an underwater base. I love underwater base in Minecraft, especially now that they've made the underwater section of the game much more interesting. Oh, it's one of those risque hentai bullet hell games. Shoot the clothes off hot anime women. I think I'll pass. I think I'll pass on that one. Although it could, you could have the discussion around sexual consent and all of that kind of thing around that kind of game. Anyway, wow, Abby, what did I say now? Am I that bad? Am I that cringe? On the subject of, I guess, like, similar kind of a thing, isn't it better to vote Greens? Well, ideally, yes, if I had any confidence that the Greens were going to get in, which I don't, is the kind of thing I'm faced with. And Albanese does have some policies specifically around socialized housing that does push me in that direction. Ideally, yes, voting Greens. I could vote Greens 1 and then Labour 2 as my second choice, because that's how it would work anyway. Hello, Chloe. How you doing? Should play WWE 2K20 as thanks to modders you can have trans characters. But then I'd have to be playing a WWE game. Anywho, where were we? Let's have a look at something really quickly. Let's have a look at some news. We've got some other news here. That's what I always do. Hey fuckers, do more of this. Yeah, pretty much. So yeah, I mean that's the good thing about the Australian electoral system, I suppose. What was the... There was an article I was going to click on. How about... Talking about pouring love. Oh, yeah. Fuck them. Here's the thing. Okay, let's do some COVID news. Let's do a bit of COVID news. Because Jacinta sent me this link last night, and I'm like, this is perfect for stream. Give me... Oh, we'll come back to that. Let's just chat for a second. I'm waiting until the next ad roll break, which will be in about a minute, just under a minute. So I want to you have to pick a second choice. Yeah, there are quite a few political parties here in Australia, and generally speaking, we pick, you know, our first preference, our second preference, and we go all the way up to like fifth or sixth preference, I think, for different parties. There's a ton of like smaller political parties in the country that you can also pick as preferences. I think. I can't recall specifically. You got like a big sheet of paper, like a really big sheet of paper, that's got like a whole ton of parties, and then you've got representatives that you can vote for individually, things like that. And if you are interested in my own latest video essay, you can click that link right there that takes you to my YouTube channel. Ranked voting is based. Wish we had it. The Senate papers are a trip. Okay, I'm going to run this outbreak right now. They have a few titles. This is how you use preferential voting. Tend to support the Greens usually. Yeah, I like the Greens. Voting in Australia sounds like being at a buffet. It essentially is. Yeah, it's buffet voting. You've got so many choices. And now I just want to go to a buffet again. Sucks to be... You're not unsubbed. You've got a sub badge right next to your name. I can see it. Or do you mean like other people? Anyway. So. Canadian anti-vaxxers. Right, we're going to get into the anti-vax discussion because this is relevant. The pandemic is still going. It would suck. It would suck. I'm sorry to those of you who are not subbed right now. COVID anti-vaxxers book fake COVID-19 vaccine appointments. In the Canadian province of Alberta, anti-vaxxers are allegedly booking fake COVID-19 vaccine appointments in an attempt to block legitimate attempts to get the vaccine. When no one shows up, not only is there one less person getting vaccinated, but all those doses could be spoiled when they can't be used. I ran a 90-second ad break, if that's what you're asking, Poodler. Because that prevents ads for the next half an hour. Anyway. What did I say? Oh, you love this look. Thank you, Ebijian. Yes, this is absolutely just evil. Alberta Health Services was made aware of the fake COVID-19 vaccine appointments in a tweet. AHS is aware of individuals on social media claiming to have booked multiple COVID-19 vaccine appointments in an attempt to prevent other Albertans from receiving their dose. We've shared with law enforcement and are ensuring participating pharmacies are aware of these claims. This is infuriating. So this article does have certain language, but anyway. Yes, you can ask me questions once you come back from ads. I mean, you can't understand, you can't hear me right now, but yes. The anti-vaccine goons are screaming and yelling, "Our body's our choice," yet they are doing everything they can, from those of us with functioning neurons, to get our choice of vaccination to protect our bodies from a deadly disease. Oh, you can hear me? Okay, cool. Yeah, ask away. As I have written, these vaccines are extremely safe and extremely effective at preventing COVID-19. You're not very effective at editing your article. All the anti-vaccine mob got are lies, myths, and tropes. The problem with this is that we all know that if it is successful there, anti-vaxxers will employ the same strategy elsewhere in the world. That's why I'm glad the Alberta police are monitoring this. Let's hope they track down anyone booking fake COVID vaccine appointments and swiftly and make sure that these people are charged with every crime the police can find. It's getting a bit on the nose with the language here, with the way that it's talking. But anyway, you get the point. You get the gist. There are anti-vaxxers out there who are booking fake vaccine appointments to jump the queue and, what's it called? To make things more uncomfortable for those who actually are legitimately going to get the vaccine, which is very cringe. It's very cringe. Hated the first time you voted with a million different candidates because you had to spend 30 to 40 minutes Googling every party to make sure you didn't put preference to any jerks. Why would they do that? Why would they book fake appointments? So that other people who legitimately want to get vaccinated, which everybody should, are pushed back in the line, and thus if the vaccine itself is left for too long, it can go off and spoil that dosage of the vaccines, effectively wasting the vaccine doses. This is the only time I've heard of this specific thing, though, so do with that information what you will. It may be a thing that's happening elsewhere. If I can find any more news about people booking fake vaccine appointments to fuck up the vaccine distribution, we'll find some more news on it. I do paint my own nails, but I haven't done them in a few days. Questions about my sexuality. I mean, it's not particularly relevant to anything. I'm a lesbian, that's it. But anyway, hate it the first time. Oh yeah, I read that bit. It's how you do it every election. Spend a night researching each candidate and put your preferences on your phone. I mean, that's an idea. That's a good idea. In most places, you can just go and they will honor walk-ins up to the amount they have to save appointments. Well, that's good. Hopefully that works well. Yes, that is what I said. Anyway, and on similar news, but here in Australia with regards to COVID, not specifically relating to the vaccine specifically, Melbourne COVID-19 vaccines. Melbourne COVID-19 restrictions return as outbreak in northern suburbs grows to 9. Victoria has recorded another 4 COVID-19 infections, bringing a cluster in Melbourne's north to 9 as restrictions have been tightened in the city. The 4 new infections are in addition to a Whittlesea man in his 60s who returned a positive result on Tuesday morning, and the 4 cases reported on Monday. The new cases confirmed Tuesday afternoon are all family contacts of the man in his 60s. The 9 infections in the cluster are spread across 3 households. Authorities believe the man, who was also known as the 5th case, was the source of infection for the previous 4. Genomic sequencing has confirmed the cases are ultimately linked to the Wallet man who returned to Victoria earlier this month after acquiring the virus in South Australia hotel quarantine. But the missing link between the Wallet man and the rest of the infections has not yet been found. Chief Health Officer Brett Sutton told ABC Radio Melbourne, "We have to be alive to the possibility there'll be more positive cases in primary close contacts who are currently in quarantine." The cluster prompted the government to reintroduce measures such as mandatory wearing of masks indoors and limit gatherings from 6 p.m. on Tuesday. People are restricted to 5 visitors per day to their homes, and private gatherings in public like a barbecue or picnic will be restricted to 30 people. The restrictions will be in place until at least June 4th. More than 14,800 test results were received on Monday, and 8,269 vaccination shots were delivered. Man in his 60s could be cluster source. Acting Premier James Merlino said the 5th case was a close contact of the first person in the cluster to be identified earlier this week, and he was urgently tested. Importantly, he reports being symptomatic before case 1 developed symptoms, meaning this could be a possible source case. He said after early investigations, the case had not been linked to any of the exposure sites connected to the Wallet case that emerged 2 weeks ago. But importantly, the genomic sequencing has confirmed that these cases originate back to the South Australian hotel quarantine outbreak, he said. Professor Sutton earlier said the 5th case may be the missing link that connects the Wallet case to the cluster of 4 reported on Monday, but no point of transmission had been established yet. His initial recollections don't overlap with any of the Wallet case's exposure sites, so there's no definitive link to that Wallet case. Even though we know that there's a genomic link, there may still be another intermediary, he said. We need to explore that, but we need to finish the very lengthy, very detailed interview with that case this morning. Sorry if the language is too crude. There's so many insidious parties here named nice things like Family First that are absolute bigoted wankers. Oh yeah, there are. Like the One Nation Party is absolute just racist. Just very, very racist. You live in Canada. Well, hopefully it's not a big thing. Not as big as that article was making it out to be. There are so many conservative independents in your electorate, and yet you check their Facebook and it's like, holy hell, you're a trashed person. Yeah. UK's online anti-vax movement growing rapidly. That is fucking scary. We will have a look at that in a moment. Thank you. Where were we? He was symptomatic at the time of that appointment, and the transmission probably occurred on the 18th when that happened. Contact tracers are looking into the man's work and other interactions to identify any more locations to add to the list of potential exposure sites. There were 168 primary close contacts identified by Tuesday afternoon, including those who had visited sites at the busy High Point shopping centre. One of the cases visited the Broadmeadow Hospital in Melbourne's outer northwest on May 21, but the hospital is not listed as an exposure site as the department has a record of all visitors. And it just goes into other stuff about Australia's vaccine rollout. So far, 3,690,622 doses have been given out. 13.6 million is the current phase target. Current pace of 507,000 doses a week. We can expect to reach the 40 million needed to fully vaccinate Australia's population by early October 2022. There we go. There's a bit of further COVID vaccine details, but I think we get the point there. If you're in Melbourne, that's why you're getting back into restrictions. I'm sorry, Melburnians. If anyone says family in their policies or name, I assume they're shitty unless proven otherwise. Oh, yeah. The whole idea of, like, the family first thing is, generally speaking, a conservative notion. Generally an idea of preserving the conservative idea of what the family is, and that's generally not very good. It's just not. Yeah, don't fucking swear, you cunt. Continuing on with COVID news. Oops, let's be right back. UK's online anti-vaccine movement growing rapidly. Sleeping drugs is kicking in, rightio. This is now dystopia. Anti-vaxxers are legitimately insane. Have a good one, Lydia. See another flash lockdown in a week or two, probably. The number of people who follow social media accounts that promote anti-vax messages is rising sharply. On Instagram alone, major anti-vaccination accounts grew nearly fivefold in 2020, reaching over 4 million followers in the UK, according to new research by BBC Monitoring, shared in BBC Panorama last night. On Facebook, anti-vaccination pages grew by 19%, and on Twitter, the number of UK anti-vax followers nearly tripled. Health information online. The findings come alongside an overall increase in people looking for health info online, the BBC researchers said, stressing in a statement that the raw numbers still mean anti-vax claims are reaching millions more than ever before, just as the government races to get more people vaccinated. Facebook, which also owns WhatsApp and Instagram, did remove a number of pages and posts that were flagged by the researchers. Twitter also said it's prioritizing the removal of COVID-19 content that could potentially cause harm. One of the anti-vaccine tactics investigated by the BBC team looks at the targeting of ethnic minority communities with specific claims that they know will alarm some people, such as the false claim that the vaccine contains meat, according to the statement. What meat? Meat. Fucking hell. Guess if that happens, you'll probably have to have some extra painting time, though. I'm now beginning to realize on the subject. Well, there we go. How's the vaccine going to contain meat? And also, if you like my trans pride ring, check out Outer Peace Gear on Etsy. They make some awesome pride gear. Fucking poggers. Fucking mainlining steak. I've noticed something, Croc. Recently, I've decided to drop my delivery job that I do a couple of days a week. And I've realized when I am left to my own devices at home, not doing anything outside the house, I get really stir crazy really easily. Like, doing this, streaming is fine. Streaming is cool. I like doing this. I feel comfortable doing this. But when I was, like, yesterday doing my essay on my computer, just sitting here alone, researching and trying to put words together into the essay, I was losing my fucking mind sitting there for hours at a time, effectively just doing nothing. And I'm like, I can only imagine the people who are really trapped in the lockdowns. We never really had very serious lockdowns where I am. We got over that pretty quickly. Reasonably quickly. You know, just eventually. I don't know. When I'm entirely alone in my house, I'm like, oh my god, I'm going insane. New meaning to hot beef injection. Actually became a part of the London mayoral elections with two candidates claiming that COVID was a psych operation. Jesus Christ. Anti-vaxxers here have demonstrations where they wear literal yellow stars with the word unvaccinated. Oh my god, the fucking Holocaust comparisons. Jesus. Most pure cringe anti-vax thing you saw was a shirt saying, I identify as vaccinated. Dude, I saw, there was a guy, on the post I made about the hot tub streamers recently on Facebook, responded with the usual trite drill. Oh no, it wasn't about the hot tub streamers. It was about the tags, the identity tags, the trans tag and all that sort of stuff. He was making the point of like, oh, why should you need tags to be part of a community, blah, blah, blah. And he was making some really uninformed judgment calls about the idea of identity tags. I went and I checked his profile out after somebody else made me aware that he was a trumpet. And on his page, there was a meme a little bit further down that was literally, I identify as vaccinated. And It was literally, yeah, the helicopter meme. It was like, I identify as being vaccinated. Like, fuck off. Jesus Christ. You people are so dumb. It's ridiculous. What's my post on hot tub streams? Oh, it was on a Facebook streamer group. It was just announcing that Twitch is adding the hot tubs category, and of course there was a lot of discourse. I like stimulating these little idiots into being angry. Anyway, I shouldn't say these little idiots. They're fellow streamers most of the time. But anyway, went borderline insane by the end of last year without a job, and with the lockdowns this year is much nicer. Well, that's good at least. Never had actual lockdown or anything because legally they can't do that, but we are also in the worst in terms of new cases in all of Europe. Yes, Soulsborne is the peak of video gaming. How are you, Amo? Yes, the attack helicopter meme. Anyway, how the CIA's fake hepatitis B vaccine program in Pakistan helped fuel vaccine distrust. Skepticism about vaccines is often rooted in history for many communities of color. Happy Vaccination Day, the nurse administering my COVID-19 vaccine tells me as I lower myself into her chair. Almost a year of social distancing has made me highly attuned to all the surfaces I'm touching. My elbow leaning on the desk, my hands signing the vaccine card with the pen. The hospital where I work as a research scientist in a synthetic biology lab is vaccinating all its staff, and excited voices from all sorts of people, scruffy graduate students, put-together receptionists, fill the air. One thing is immediately noticeable, though. As someone who is Pakistani, I am one of the few people of color in the vaccination room. Even in a hospital in a city that is majority people of color, those being vaccinated are mostly white. Recent polls show non-white people in the US are becoming more willing to take the vaccine, but continue to express more hesitancy than white people. This did not hit home for me until I realized my cousin, a medical resident who grew up in Pakistan and now works in Texas, refused the vaccine. He was urged by members of our family to wait for more data, and even though he works directly with COVID-19 patients, he decided that for now, he would not get vaccinated. I was livid when I found out about his decision, blaming myself for the unread family group chats and ignored video calls. Could I have convinced him by pointing out the compelling data on the safety and efficacy of the vaccine, or with the fact that developers have been extremely transparent about the small numbers of people who have shown adverse reactions? Or by reminding him that everyone in my family is vaccinated against other diseases like measles, mumps, and rubella, tetanus, tuberculosis, even with the controversial BCG vaccine used in Pakistan for decades after it was discontinued in the US that left us all with puckered scars on our arms. A good rebuke to the attack helicopter is that you say, so you're a GoBot or a Transformer, illegal alien. In the early 2010s, the CIA ran a fake vaccination... Oh, hang on, we missed this bit. There are roots of distrust around COVID-19 vaccines, but it feels imperative to put them in the context of Pakistan's recent history. The country where most of my family grew up struggles with vicious vaccination battles of its own, particularly with distrust around the polio vaccine. This distrust doesn't come out of nowhere. In the early 2010s, the CIA ran a fake vaccination program in Abbottabad. Is that how I said it? Abbottabad? Offering free hepatitis B vaccines to children in an attempt to collect DNA evidence linking Osama bin Laden to the compound where he was suspected of residing. I think I've read about this. It's unclear how samples were to be collected or how they would lead to bin Laden, but when news of this scheme broke, it added proof of existing conspiracy theories about vaccinations. As a consequence, many local leaders began urging people not to vaccinate their kids, various districts banned vaccination teams, and the Taliban issued a fatwa against vaccination programs. To this day, local leaders rail against vaccines as Western spying programs. In 2013, in response to pressure from leaders in public health and science, the CIA promised to stop using vaccination programs to gather intelligence. However, the legacy of the fake vaccine program in Pakistan has understandably not been easy to overcome. Trust in public health officials has been dangerously eroded. Pakistan is one of the 3 countries in the world where polio has not been eradicated. Along with neighboring Afghanistan, the country is seeing its highest increase in polio cases since 2014. 54 cases were reported in the first quarter of 2020, up 4 times from the year before. Polio vaccinators are targeted with violence. Since 2012, at least 95 polio workers, including many women, are estimated to have been killed in attacks. As recently as this December, members of a vaccine team were wounded or killed in an incident that garnered very little coverage in the media. So hang on. Actually, in Christopher Hitchens' book, God is Not Great, there was a section about how Muslim extremists spread the ridiculous claim that the polio vaccine contained AIDS, which pushed back the total destruction of polio till 2017. God. If I ever manage to afford to build a house one day in the hellscape that is the current housing market, I'm making sure the bathroom is more bath than room. That'd be good. I want a big bath. I want to chill out in a big bath with a bath bomb. I want LED lights on it. RGB bathtub. I'll set up a laptop in there and we can do hot tub streams. Pakistan is not the only country with a history of medicalized violence. In the US, there is a long history of black and brown people being used for medical experimentation, and it feels unsurprising that many other people of color I have come across have expressed hesitation about the COVID-19 vaccine. The black nurse who swabbed my nose for a PCR test last week says she didn't take the vaccine when it was offered to her because she wanted to wait for the next round in case there were any side effects. The Latino delivery person at my work tells me he turned down the vaccine because it hasn't been tested properly. My friend, a black organizer and educator, says on a Zoom meeting that she's not going to take the vaccine because she doesn't trust the medical establishment. Vaccine distrust in the US cannot be divorced from a recent history. In a class I teach on the legacy of racism in science research, we read about the US government's study of untreated syphilis on black men in Tuskegee, about J. Marion Sims, who carried out practice surgeries without anesthesia on enslaved black women, who had a statue memorializing him as the father of gynecology in Central Park as recently as 2018. About Henrietta Lacks, a black woman whose tumor cells were used without her consent to develop a cell line for cancer research. About glaring health disparities between white and BIPOC communities. For anyone who's wondering, it's black, indigenous, people of color. Ruth Bader Ginsburg bathtub. What? Whenever there's a claim about the CIA having some kind of program, I always have a bit of a skepticism because the whole point of CIA programs are to be clandestine. Even leaked info can be faked true. Why didn't we know about this? Asks my white East Asian and South Asian students. Why didn't we learn this in our science classes? It's hard not to feel like the forgetting is willful, and willful forgetting only creates more distrust. For COVID-19 vaccination programs to undo distrust in time for the mass drives that will be needed to build herd immunity, what is needed is willful remembering and willful repair. It is morally imperative that vaccination drives engage with the history of medical harm in the US and abroad, acknowledge the role that both the government and individual scientists have played, and repair the fissures with community outreach, material resources, and firm commitments to undoing health disparities between white and non-white people. Hello, Beth. How you going? Good, bot. Thank you, bot. An absolute expert on all things Dark Souls. I like that I've described myself that way. Anyway. Until that happens, the success of COVID-19 vaccination program is going to come down to something black doctors and scientists have already been doing, making individual pitches to their communities and families to take the vaccine. Here's mine. I'm a Pakistani scientist who has looked at the data from the clinical trials of the vaccine and has decided to take the vaccine. I feel happy that I got this chance, and that happiness lives with other feelings. I feel relief knowing I'm unlikely to get COVID-19, a horrible disease that has known long-lasting side effects, and I'd rather risk the unknown side effects of the vaccine for the relief of knowing I won't pass the virus onto more vulnerable members of society. I feel anger too that black indigenous people of color will continue to die because of the legacies of medical racism, that children in Pakistan will die of polio despite an effective vaccine, and I feel guilt for receiving the COVID-19 vaccine ahead of so many others. My father, who lives in Pakistan and is immunocompromised, essential workers such as bus drivers and those in the food distribution chain who keep this country running during the pandemic, everyone who lives in a non-Western country who isn't anticipated to receive the vaccine until 2024. None of which I tell the nurse who wishes me a happy vaccination day. I sit patiently as she asks me about allergies, fills out my vaccination card, and loads up a syringe. Wait, I ask as she's about to jab me, a little embarrassed at what I'm about to ask. Can I take a selfie? Of course, she says, will you do me a favor and post it with a positive message so that more people get the vaccine? I promise her I will. Hala Iqbal is a postdoctoral scientist studying antibiotics at New York University Langone. She writes, teaches, and organizes around science, race, and gender. There we go. That's who that was. Who gave us that article there about... I honestly, I knew a bit about that, the CIA thing. But that was interesting. It was interesting to read. What are our thoughts? What do you folks think on that whole thing? Was that good? Got both your shots? I haven't got any of my shots yet. I'm not in the queue just yet. I'm still waiting. At any rate, hopefully sometime soon. Oh, that was very good. I need to chill a little bit. Morrison fucked up the rollout so hard. Oh, he did. And a lot of people talk about how Australia has done such a good job with containing the pandemic. Like, we have, but do not under any circumstance give Morrison any credit for that. he fucked up the control of COVID as well. Were it not for the states themselves, COVID may have run completely rampant. You know, Australia did well despite Morrison, not because of. Yeah, exactly. We have to thank, you know, the people who are actually running the states themselves, as opposed to Morrison, who did fuck all. If Morrison was shot into a tissue at the time of conception, he'd be less useless than he is today. You're in the UK and at risk, but still haven't gotten your first shot. Well, I hope you get your first shot soon. Oh, I look forward to getting mine. But I can understand where these people are coming from, where they have their skepticisms of the vaccine. You know, obviously the history of it. It's important to know this history. It's important to be aware of this kind of stuff. So it's good to get that out there. What are you folks doing at the moment? Aside from watching me, what are you folks getting up to? What are your plans for tomorrow? What's going on tomorrow, folks? What are you doing tomorrow? Anything? Anything fun? Anything good? Anything based? Anything poggers? What's going on? Tell us all about it. If you have any plans, that is. You might not. I don't know. Do you? Do you have any plans? Looking after your niece? Kids are tiresome. I say that as a parent of 2 of them. Kids are very tiresome. I wouldn't advocate going all out on getting kids right away. The UK government bought $10 million worth of defective equipment for a dodgy bloke from Turkey. They what? 10 million pounds worth, sorry. Defective equipment from a dodgy bloke from Turkey. Well, that's great. It's been a few days now and you didn't get sick at all. Your partner was completely fucked, like she had the flu for days after. Yeah, I've heard it can vary. Like, some people will get really, really sick from it, and other people will get really, really... they'll be asymptomatic. Essentially, like, if you have COVID. There are people who've had COVID and not realized they had COVID because they were asymptomatic. The vaccine was made in record time, unlike any before. It can't fault anyone for being skeptical as long as they aren't spreading disinformation. Well, like what Juniper has said here, they've been preparing to make this vaccine for about 10 years because coronavirus is not a new thing. But this particular strand of coronavirus is new and is devastating, obviously. But a lot of that medical research was able to cross over and help them with developing the vaccine. And given the severity of it, I think there was certainly... effectively a crunch period, but in this case it was for the good of the human race, so I think I can justify the crunch when it's the human race, when it's saving people's lives. I can justify putting people through hell to develop a good vaccine. I know that's an awful thing to say, we don't like crunch, but yeah, 14 hours behind you or so, about to start your day. There you go. Working on getting your name changed. That's fucking awesome. Pog. Get some Pog. What are my thoughts so far on the handling of the virus here in Australia? Kind of surprised and glad with how the Libs have done. To be fair, the worst of the states was Victoria. That as a Labour government, I don't think there's much to gain from partisanship, seeing as there have been mistakes by both parties. Yeah. I think Australia in general has handled it, but I don't think it's necessarily a partisan thing. You know, I think it's just, you know, what has been done, the leadership that has been displayed. And yet Dan Andrews caved into excessive bullying and opened too early with that outbreak. He certainly did. A lot of people were treating Dan Andrews as though he was effectively the reason that, you know, COVID was there in the first place. As an outsider, you wish we would have handled the virus like Australia did, to be honest. I'm envious of New Zealand. You know, the way New Zealand did it was incredibly admirable. Hello, Nervous Nerdass. Yeah, Dan was under constant pressure from Morrison and News Corp. He absolutely was. But at the same time, you know, if you're in a political position like that where you have that level of control, sometimes you need to have that hardline authoritarian stance to keep, you know, a virus from spreading. And it just led to worse results, which makes him look worse to the people, which means he's probably not going to be up for a re-election. People probably aren't going to re-elect him. Kind of hypocritical with the Ruby Princess having been the biggest disaster. I'm only really catching... I mean, I've heard all of these different things. Little like glimpses of the news around Australia's COVID handling. So I know a bit about the Dan Andrews story, but I don't know the finer details at the same time. But I know the Dictator Dan meme was quite literally pushed by Morrison Media, by Murdoch Media. Like, there were headlines about Dictator Dan. It's like, it's so ridiculous that people think that's news. Talking about, you know, the head of state. You know, referring to him by a slag-off nickname, you know. That shouldn't be permissible under news media. You're in Kentucky, locals handled it poorly, but the governor did a pretty good job. Then Breonna Taylor was murdered, and he handled that like shit. Well, that's a bit fucking garbage, isn't it? Rest in peace, Breonna Taylor. She shouldn't be dead. Period. Those cops should be, though. ACAB. It was fucking nasty how people were acting when Dan Andrews had that fall. I forgot about that. Yeah, he had a spinal injury. Dude had a legitimate spinal injury. Oh, gosh, anyway. We don't need to look through these bits of news anymore. We could continue on... Let me think. I've got a few bits of world news here. I'm just looking at, like, what do we got? ACAB, 1312, fuck 12. All cops are bastard cunts. Oh, all cats are beautiful. Except mine, who's a bastard cunt at the moment. He's adorable, but holy shit, he's annoying lately. Jesus Christ. I've got a few things here that I could read, but I've got such a... I'm spoiled for choice. Here we go. Let's do this one. Who wants to hear about someone I'm sure most of you don't want to hear about? Let's do this thing. Hang on. We're going to run an ad break really quickly because we've got like less than 2 minutes left, so I might as well run it now. Get it out of the way if it's going to work. Is it going to work? There we go. It worked. So once that little ad break is done, we'll read this story. Just curious, it's not a fish tank. That is Vess, my tarantula, who is not out at the moment. She's hiding. I dare say, like, there's a little burrow on the side here that you can't really see in the dark. Let me see if I can fix the lighting really quick. Hang on. You can see a little burrow just there. That goes all the way around to the other side and probably like a whole system of tunnels there. And she's probably in there. You see the portal gun where the portal gun is pointing? There's a heat pad there. I guarantee you she's probably sitting there hibernating. More than likely. But sometimes she comes out. She is more than likely hungry at the moment. What type of feeders do I just give her crickets every now and then, if that's what you mean. This may be a rude question, but do Australians typically know most US states? I know a fair few of them because tell me when the ads have stopped. Oh gosh. I just used large crickets for Vess. So it's a tarantula. She's a tarantula. Are the ads gone yet? And I can answer the question again. She's a tarantula. She eats crickets. Anyway, yeah, I don't know if most Australians would necessarily... I don't think they would. I don't think they'd necessarily concern themselves with knowing the specifics of each American state. I know most of them. I think I know most of them, and I know most of the initialisms relating to them, so I'm fairly familiar. Because I tend to obsess over US politics, generally speaking. Because it's my version of a reality TV show at this point. To be honest, even after his injury, Dan Andrews probably has more of a spine than the libs combined. But now that the ads are gone, yeah. She's a tarantula. She's hiding in there next to a heat pad. Oops. And she eats cricket. To a lot of people, America's an amorphous blob with some standout states here and there. Yes, exactly. Antisocial Penguin, welcome to the Rogue Room. You are just in time to hear about Kevin Spacey landing his first acting role in 3 years in low-budget indie film Why is this man not in prison? Anyway. Disgraced two-time Oscar-winning actor Kevin Spacey has landed his first role since 2018, a cameo in L'uomo c'è disegno Dio, an upcoming film with storied Italian actor Franco Nero. ABC News first reported the casting news over the weekend, and the film's producer Louis Nero confirmed to Variety that Spacey will play a small part, a police detective with Franco Nero in the main role. Franco Nero's wife, Vanessa Redgrave, is also expected to appear in the film, though the producer said it would depend on her ability to travel from England. Franco Nero, the 79-year-old actor with more than 200 credits, Django Unchained, John Wick Chapter 2, Camelot, over nearly 60 years, recently told ABC News, "I'm very happy Kevin agreed to participate in my film. I consider him a great actor. I can't wait to start the movie." L'uomo c'è disegno Dio, which Variety described as a low-budget indie film, translates to The Man Who Drew God. It reportedly follows a blind artist with the ability to craft true-to-life portraits after hearing a person's voice. Honestly, you're stunned it took so long for his comeback to you for all his talk about cancelling. It doesn't really kill alleged predators' careers. Oh, it doesn't. Good night, Fox. Have a good one. I only know this man from Call of Duty Advanced Warfare. Spacey's cameo will mark his first acting role in a movie or TV show since the disastrous release of Billionaire Boys Club in 2018, which grossed $2.7 million worldwide on a $15 million budget. Oh, oof! Its domestic opening weekend gross was a mere $618. Oh my god. Spacey's A-list career has collapsed under a flood of public accusations of sexual misconduct. In October 2017, Rent star Anthony Rapp alleged in a BuzzFeed interview that Spacey, when he was 26, fuck off, had made unwanted advances toward Rapp when he was 14. The BuzzFeed article alleged that in 1986, Spacey picked Rapp up, placed him on his bed, and climbed on top of him. Spacey responded to Rapp's allegation via tweet, "I'm beyond horrified to hear this story. I honestly do not remember the encounter. It would have been over 30 years ago. But if I did behave then as he describes, I owe him the sincerest apology for what would have been deeply inappropriate, drunken behavior." At least 15 other men have since come forward with stories of sexual harassment and assault by Spacey, including groping. There have been at least 9 criminal investigations into his conduct in the US and UK, as well as multiple lawsuits. However, by 2019, all criminal cases against the actor have been closed after, in one case, the alleged victim's mother admitting to deleting text messages that were considered key evidence, and in another, the accuser, an anonymous massage therapist in Malibu who accused Spacey of sexual battery and assault, died unexpectedly. Reason Spacey won't go down is he's linked to Prince Andrew. Oh, really? Thinking of Breonna Taylor, we're still very, very mad that there hasn't been a trial for the fucker who ran down Summer Taylor yet. There won't be until late September, which means fuck knows when there will be a verdict and any kind of punishment for cold-blooded vehicular homicide. That's atrocious. I'm feeling physically ill looking at that headline that he compared COVID layoffs to being accused of sexual assault. Wait, really? Sexual misconduct is a really sanitized term for what he did. Yeah, exactly. Died unexpectedly as well. His legal woes are not over. This article is honestly just, quite frankly, pandering to him so hard. Jesus Christ. This is giving him that kind of sympathetic judgment. It's ridiculous, the wording of this article. Crap, it's late. Gonna go collapse Radio Croc. Have a good rest, friend. I'm gonna be heading to bed soonish. Hello, Ambitious. How you doing? The civil suit Rapp filed against Spacey is expected to be dismissed as one of Rapp's fellow plaintiffs has balked at a judge's order he publicly reveal his identity. Rapp's lawyers may remove that plaintiff from the case. When the accusations emerged, Spacey was written out of the final season of Netflix's House of Cards, though he was the main character and received 5 Emmy nominations for his portrayal of the Machiavellian Frank Underwood. He was to star in Gore, a Gore Vidal biopic, but the Netflix film was cancelled as the company cut ties with the actor. Perhaps most famously, his scenes from the Ridley Scott film All the Money in the World were reshot with the venerable Christopher Plummer taking his role as J. Paul Getty. Plummer received an Oscar nomination for his work. Spacey was also dropped by his publicist and high-powered agency. He has, however, posted bizarre holiday season YouTube videos each year since 2018. In the first one, Let Me Be Frank, he seemed to reprise his Frank Underwood persona with loaded double entendres that could apply both to his character's crimes and the accusations against the actor. Conclusions can be so deceiving, he said, "Miss me." I remember watching that video. I'd never watched House of Cards. But watching that video, it was really disturbing. It's like, dude, you've been accused of some fucking heinous shit. Now is probably not the time to play on that. You know, maybe don't do that. Yeah, cancel culture doesn't exist. Consequences exist. Spacey got heavily involved in the UK upperclassmen. He was made head of the Royal Shakespeare Company. Oh, I see. Like how they describe Israeli deaths versus Palestinian deaths in the news too. Yeah, exactly. Palestinians just die. Israelis are killed. I think Hassan brought that up on Twitter. Oh, goodness me. I need to take a second to break from the news while I've got nothing left to drink. No more wine, no more water. I'm out of those. We do have some Israel news here if you want to take a look at it. We've gone through a lot tonight. It's been good. Doing these longer, like very slightly longer streams. Only about 4 hours a piece. But doing these slightly longer streams has been fun. We tend to pack a little bit more into them. I've noticed a few streams recently, you know, before my little break, where I had like 2 pages full of news stories. Nervous Nerdess. Can you see my muscles through the leather? Yeah, you kind of can. A little bit. There were, I could add, there's a posture check redemption. But anyway, let me do this one. There was a situation previously where I couldn't really get through all of the news I wanted to, and even certain stories that I really wanted to prioritize didn't end up getting read. Didn't end up going through them. Tonight's been a fun stream. It has been a fun stream. I just threw that on my little octopus. Little octopus just got squished. Little tea turtle octopus. You love my t-shirt? It's pretty good, isn't it? I have really nice arms. Thank you. I do work them out. I'm doing arms tomorrow. I'm doing bench press. Arms, shoulders. Us. Upper back, lower back. I did deadlifts today. My triceps look alright. Shoulders look okay. Look at that. Bicep vein. Like, you can tell I like to work out. You can tell I like to lift. Look at my forearms. I've got numerous pieces of clothing, namely dresses with like 3/4 sleeves, where they don't fit over my fucking massive forearms. Oh, God. Need to keep doing them longer because it's 9:45 a.m. for you, so you barely wake up in time for half of them. How late should I go with my streams? It's like 15 minutes to midnight right now. Now I've got an itchy armpit. Awesome. That's swell, that is. So hard to be hot. You gotta work on it. I always feel like this tiny pang of guilt whenever one of my girlfriends says to me, it's like, how are you so fit and hot and buff and all of that? And I'm like, I was born a dude. You're not allowed to feel jealous of me if you're a cis woman in terms of my musculature. It's not fair. I've spent a lot of time in the gym as well. I'm on year 4 or 5 of lifting now. Like, I've got experience doing this shit. And also experience with a sword. That's not supposed to be a euphemism, but I guess it is. I'm just going to sit here and chill out with my blade. My ZAL. Which is the one on the shirt for the record. You can tell. You can be jealous of the sword. It's pretty pog. It's pretty freaking pog. I do love it. I have not studied the blade, honestly. I would like to. I'd like to learn how to study the blade. But I haven't had the time or the money. This is from The Witcher, yeah. It's a replica of Ciri's sword from The Witcher. It's fantastic. Amokami, Asthmatic Kitty, welcome to the Rogue Room, folks. It is The Witcher. I really hope one day we do get a Ciri game. That would be cool. Although I'm not a huge fan of CD Projekt Red, given what we know of them from the production of Cyberpunk. So, if they end up doing another Witcher game, which I think they're going to, hold sword instant followers. I do believe we are aware of the fact that they are going to do another Witcher game at some point. We don't know exactly what it may be. But I hope we get a Siri game. That'd be cool. What do you reckon? Do you reckon a Siri game? Oh, goodness me. Excuse me. This stream has it all. Like learning about Kevin Spacey? Check. Like working out? Check. Like swords? Check. Yep. It's magnificent. That's some ASMR. Not ASMR. What is it called? That's some it's a good sensory vibe. Running my finger along this. I don't know why. It's triggering my autism, but like my good autism. Stimming, that's it. Stimming, yes. I'm literally stimming on this. That's so good. Yeah, autistic people do this thing called stimming, for those who are not aware, where they find a sensation. It doesn't necessarily have to be touch. It can be anything to alleviate stress, basically, a lot of the time, or just to calm you down. And it's why I've got things like this. The cube. For those who are new here and are not aware, we bow before the cube. The cube is your Lord and Savior. The cube is your God. And this is the cube's little sister, the other cube, the lesser cube, but it's also trans colors. It's only got the blue and the pink though. It needs the white. We need to do something about the white. But I've got a bunch of stuff that just sits at my desk, and like obviously this thing, the butterfly knife trainer. Now I've fucked up the lighting balance on my camera. I think that's still fucked it up, but whatever, I'll fix it later. My portal gun is running out of batteries. As you can see, it's slowly dying over there. I need to find some new batteries for it. I wonder if there are rechargeable C batteries. I think it's C batteries. The big chunky round ones. Or like expression regulation of an overflow of emotion, yeah. The cube. I just spat on this. Portal's your favorite game. Portal's really good. Portal is well worth playing. For anyone who hasn't already played Portal, I don't know what you're doing with your life if you haven't played Portal at this point. You should have. Being completely honest, you should have. Got so many Stim toys. I haven't got the Poppy toy yet. I've heard many good things. What was I going to say? Oh, yeah. What I was going to do. Let me have a look here. Let me have a meander through this. I'm just going through. Looking for somebody we can harass on stream. Is there anyone out there else who's streaming? Someone new. I'm looking for someone new. Who's this person? Oh, they're not live anymore. Fucking hell. I'm just perusing through like the different Discords I'm in. There's not a whole lot there. No, for goodness sake, why can't you people be live when I need you to be? Oh well, we'll find someone. We will raid someone in a few minutes. Not just yet. We're still sticking around here. I'm just like trying to get an idea for things. I do want to get more Stim toys though. I'm just trying to think of what else I can get. I've tried those little like things that are supposed to simulate popping bubble wrap. My kids have got those, and they're not very good. The ones that I've tried are not very good unless there's like a very special version of it. That you can get that's really good. I don't know. But what I've tried of them isn't great. So, you know. Anywho. You have the Poppy things for your kid and you play with it all the time. You're actually being tested for autism tomorrow. I hope that goes well. What is the purpose of life? To own swords. There's a bit of plastic on this. Let me get that off there. What is it? What's the Conan quote? To defeat your enemies, see them driven before you, and to hear the lamentations of their women. Is that what it's something like that? I vaguely know the Conan quote. I need to watch Conan the Barbarian. I've never seen it. There's an idea for me. Cool to see that I'm still streaming, not for much longer. To own swords. Yeah, to own swords is basically it. We like swords. Conan O'Brien. Somebody needs to do a Somebody needs to do like a, what's it called? Where they take someone else's face and superimpose it on a video. Like take Conan O'Brien's face and superimpose it on what's it called? On the Conan the Barbarian movie. I forgot what. Deep fake it. Someone needs to do that. Yeah. I just got deep fake right before you all said it, of course. I'm looking at peer-to-peer.live right now. Let me think. Do you feel like watching a game, or do you feel like watching just... there's some people playing arts and crafts. There's me. There's Abigail Beck in the Rogue Room. Actually, I think pretty much everyone's playing video games at the moment. It would kind of be motion capture in its own way, yeah. Always remember, be kind to yourselves and each other. I need to make you all aware of that every time I stream. It's one of the crucial components of this stream, if I'm honest with you, is to be kind to yourselves and each other. I'm a little bit nasty to trolls sometimes, but I would much prefer that we just, treat each other politely and kindly. That'd be really good. That'd be really pog. You know what? We were playing... Let me see. This person has indicated that the stream is for mature audiences. Duh. I'm not a baby. I'm not a baby. You have a suggestion? Do hit me. There is someone I was looking at, but do hit me if you have a suggestion. I'll take suggestions. Another Aussie streamer. Well, actually, conveniently enough, I was going to look at somebody who's got 2 viewers. Hang on. Let's have a look. What are they doing at the moment? Unless you got a time machine, that content's unavailable. Be kind to everyone except cops, trolls, and Kevin Spacey. Have I heard of trans girl Chess? She's usually streaming at the same time. She's also trans and Aussie. Although she's not an AU citizen. Yeah, for some reason that name didn't work. Trans girl Chess is live though. I can see them. They're fine. They seem to be up. Well, shall we go to Chess tonight? And if we see the one you're thinking of, we'll go to them at another time. I'm gonna... No, I'm not going to follow this person because they're live right now and that would be really awkward. If I'm going to, what's it called? If I was going to follow them and then not raid them. But yeah, keep them in mind. That's a good idea. Alright, so, here's a raid message. We never use the raid message. Rogue raid. It does still say rogue raid, which I guess fits. It is the rogue room. You are my rogues gallery. I guess. I don't know. Kind of feels like an explicitly comic-related thing, and I don't exactly do comic-related content. But as we just elucidated moments ago, be kind to yourselves and each other. In all things that you do. Or I'll stab you with my sword, what I've got. It's got a pointy bit. Also, subscribe to me because I saw a really badass black katana today and I really want to buy it, but it's like $360. So, go sub to me on Patreon so I can buy a sword. Have a good one, folks. I will be live tomorrow. I haven't really explicitly planned out what I'm doing tomorrow. So I will look through a bunch of stuff. Maybe we can do something sociological, because I do have my sociology class tomorrow. Maybe we can look at like ecology with regard... Ecological sociology is what we're doing at the moment, is the subject we're doing at the moment. Anyway. I'll see you when I'm looking at you, folks. I love your faces. Ta-ta. Have a good one.